and good evening. Yes, we are back. We're back again in Train Sim, and this time for something epic and not the plane I was flying in the stream earlier. We're back to do a journey that I've been talking about doing for a while. It's finally all come together this week. So yes, London King's Cross to Edinburgh Waverley. In the class 221, which has got a timetabled duration of 4 hours and 58 minutes. Yeah, 4 hours 58. This is going to be a long one, so we'll click start. If you're watching this on YouTube, sit down, buckle up, get yourself some snacks. This is going to be worse than all three Lord of the Rings put together. It's going to go on and on and on and on. But hopefully we will do it without any issues. I haven't tried this in full, obviously. I haven't even got to the first stop. So hopefully it works. But we will see. There's no harm in trying it live though. So the stops which we'll go through when the game starts are Stevenage. So starting at King's Cross, Stevenage, Peterborough, Grantham, Newark, Retford, Doncaster, York, Northallerton, Darlington, Durham, Newcastle, Morpeth, Berwick-upon-Tweed, Edinburgh. Yeah, it's a long old journey ahead of us. In the awesome sounding though Voyager, the original plan was to try and do this in a pacer, which Edie from the Discord did an awesome skin for the pacer, but I could have done it, but I think that would have taken 7 hours plus. That's Doncaster, to anyone that speaks English. I said Doncaster, didn't I? Didn't I say Doncaster? What did I call it then? Newcastle? So yes, we will use that. No, I said Doncaster. Oh, okay. Amy. Everyone else says Doncaster. Oh, I see. Right. Okay. I'm glad you cleared that up then, Larwood. So yes, we will use that pacer in another adventure. Because it's awesome. But I just think that would have been too much to try and use it for this. Because it's currently 31.9 degrees in my computer room. And I'm going to potentially be sat here for the next 5 hours. So sitting here for 7 hours, yeah, wouldn't have necessarily ended well. And it's taking a while to load because there's a lot to load. But this bit of it I have done. I've done about the first 10 miles of track testing it. I've also added in the Armstrong Powerhouse weather enhancement sky thing and the Armstrong Powerhouse track enhancement thing to make it look better. Right, good morning driver. You're about to start 393 mile long journey from London King's Cross to Edinburgh Waverley. You'll be calling at Stevenage, Peterborough, Grantham, Newark, Retford, Doncaster, York, Northallerton, Darlington, Durham, Newcastle, Morpeth, Berwick-upon-Tweed and Edinburgh. Time is going to be found in the briefing. Set the destination display, open the doors and get set for your journey. Good luck. Right, so first thing I've got to do is put the key in. And put that to neutral. Get rid of that. Right, Larwood did say to you about setting the... I'll open the doors as well. Was it Control and F12? I can't read that. Birmingham? I think that says Birmingham. Bristol, Cambridge, Cardiff, Coventry, Darlington, Derby, Dundee, Edinburgh. There we go. Look on the front. It's on the front as well, is it? Oh yeah, it's on the front, look. I'm so clever. Yes, so the awesome Voyager is what we're going to tackle this in. Put that forward now into... Okay.
All right.
Chris Brown, thank you very much, sir. 9 months. Right, I think we're ready to go. And Eyebrows Master. Hey, been gone for a while. Thank you very much. And we are away. We have forward motion. 393 miles to go. Pineapple, good evening. Thank you very much for the host. So first stop is Stevenage. I can now do that. There we go. So we've now got our destinations scrolling across the screen. Said this earlier, this train sounds fantastic from the outside. Not so great from the inside, but it does look pretty cool in here. Oh, we've got to do the test thing.
Welcome to the remote radio test unit. Please leave your message after the tone.
This is a NRN radio test call. This is a NRN radio test call.
Yes, there are quite a few stops on this. They're about half an hour apart as an average. But still quite a few. So through the tunnel, once you come out of here, you start getting a move on. We've got a 65 going. So not only is it going to be one of the longest train sim journeys I've done, one of the longest streams I've done in a little while. Used to do sort of 6 and 7 hour streams. Haven't done it this long in a little while, and I would choose one of the hottest days we've had in a long time to do it as well. I'm glad we got some other traffic. There we go, the awesome sounding Voyager. I haven't done my lights, have I? No one told me, did they? Come on, get around to date. There we go. Yeah, it's not an express. Imagine going all the way from London to Edinburgh non-stop. That wouldn't be that interesting for you guys to watch. I don't think it'd be that interesting for me, because you know, how many stops are there? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 stops. So how many of them do you think I'm actually going to stop at where I should be stopping? 3? 4 maybe? And I don't know the points at where someone asked me this afternoon on the stream how many bits of map they need to buy in order to do this route. I don't know if Larwood can answer that. How many different parts there are to this. So we're already coming up to an 80 zone. Doesn't this thing sound fantastic though? That's why it had to be the Voyager, because it sounds so good from the outside. Right, so we're flat out. There's 4 parts. I think you need to own about 6 routes in total. There we go. So there's bits of these that are stitched together, which is anything like the time we did Bedford to Brighton. You don't really notice the stitching, which is so well done. So I don't know what the fastest line speed is we're going to hear. We're going to hear, we're going to see. We've got a 95 coming up now. And then we go to 115. So 24 miles to go to Stevenage. I'm hoping we don't get too many hold-ups along the way. So it's a timetable time of 4 hours 58 minutes. And I'm speeding. No, I'm not speeding. Even here, it doesn't... which I'm guessing we said this earlier, that it would sound a bit muted in the cab. I wish there was a little tiny bit more engine noise in here. Oh, I'm speeding again. I'm about to pass Ali Pali. He's up there on the hill. So that's pretty well modelled. Most of the places that this is going through I've never been to. York, no, Grantham is the only place that this train goes through that I've actually been to. And obviously Mr. Gazariah, who works for Network Rail and operates on the bit of line between Grantham and Newark and Retford, I think. So he'll be there, well, not say hard at work, but he'll be there at work at some point over this weekend. I know he has been already, with no trains running, as he said yesterday. So I'm hoping he's got the track prepared by the time we come whizzing through. So 100 mile an hour now. Me neither, only been as far down as Birmingham, but mostly been to York. Yeah, but again, we were supposed to go to York as a group this year. It didn't actually become a thing. So maybe next year. Right, 115 line speed. Even when this thing slows down, it just sounds so flipping awesome. Oh, we've got Elton John. I forgot Elton John's on the train. There he is over there. Actually looks a bit like me. I've got sunglasses. I wear sunglasses similar to that. Right, so 115 coming up. The Darts channel, good evening. How are we doing? As soon as we come out of this tunnel then, pick up a bit more line speed again. It almost just sounds like it is on, well, pretty much on tick over. How can you not find that an impressive noise? That's so cool. It'd be interesting to see how much fuel's left as well at the end of the journey, because that's a lot of miles. This thing's going to be not that economical. Dory, No, first stop's coming up in 18 miles. Only been going 15 minutes. Today do announcements. Been from Durham to York and Hexham to Newcastle on a train. I remember one of the journeys I went on a train was really old. No announcements on this. We normally have our Sims and stuff announcer giving us information, but he's currently in Manchester. So this would have been an ideal one for him to give us info. So there's the places we're calling at. Scrolling across your screen now. So calling at Stevenage, which is our next stop coming up. Then Peterborough. Grantham. Could have speeded up a little bit, couldn't I? But okay. Oh, slow it down. After Grantham is Newark Northgate. This thing's barely, revs dropping. There we go. Finally getting down to 115, but now we're going up a hill and in a tunnel. After Newark Northgate comes Retford, then Doncaster, York, North Allerton, then Darlington, then it's Durham, Newcastle, Morpeth, Berwick upon Tweed, and finally into Edinburgh. It's only 14 miles from our first stop already. This thing certainly likes to get a move on. I'm really loving, I don't know if it's you, Lara, that did that, but the fact we've got traffic on the line. Because that just makes it feel more real. I'm early in the morning, 6:26, so the weather should get better. I said I've got the Armstrong Powerhouse sky enhancement, weather enhancement thing running, and the better track thing running as well. Cabs in Chaos, thanks for the host. That's huge, that announcement thing. But thank you anyway, I'm not going to miss that, am I? Do you prefer this to Train Sim World? Absolutely. Train Sim's just got more, more variety of trains, more variety of routes. You know, you can't do this in Train Sim World. You can't just stitch routes together as you want. I can tell the passengers where to align into Durham to go somewhere else. We've got to give everybody a cautionary note when we get to Grantham, because Gaz takes care of the line after Grantham, so anything could happen. But yeah, Dory, there's no competition between this and Train Sim World looks great, and I love the fact that you can get out the train and walk around, but from a immersion, enjoyment and variety experience, this is a lot better. So how are we doing time wise? We're due into Stevenage 8:35 or 6:35. We're going to arrive at 6:34, so it's going to be close. Only 11 miles to go. He might have left his fox on the tracks. Oh, he did get so much stick over that when he goes to Cosford in October. Oh, look at this, 3 trains. And another one. Blimey. That's so cool. This actually feels like a proper running line with that many trains on it. But yeah, this train, look at it. It's just flipping awesome. So it's a shame we didn't use the Pacer, but the Pacer would have taken about 7 hours to do this journey. I think there's going to be nothing left of me after 5 hours. This was my favourite add-on What for train sim? Oh god, that's a hard one. I haven't really got a favourite line. I do enjoy the HST. Train wise, this is probably in my top 3 because it makes a great noise. I am a fan of DMUs. I do quite like the Pacer. Line wise, because I know it, is probably going to be the Great Western, because it's the one that's near me. But I haven't really got a favourite line. I'm not a huge fan of the American stuff. I'm not a huge fan of the German stuff. I like the British stuff. Mainly because I don't understand the signals. I barely understand the signals of the British stuff, being honest. But right, 7 miles to go to get to Stevenage. And that's stop number 1 out of 14. There are a lot of platforms. What, Stevenage? Oh, that's quite nice. Oh crap. Yeah, I should have done some research really, but this is me, on where each bit, each map then ends and then the next one starts. So I didn't notice when we did the Bedford to Brighton, which was Bedford to London, then South London, and then London to South London to Brighton. Apart from one bit where the textures went a bit iffy, you didn't really notice the gaps between the official maps. Be interesting to see here if we can spot the gaps. How are things? Things doing good. Ask me again in about 4.5 hours though, when I'm still sat here in 32 degrees heat. Yeah, it's far too quiet in the cab. Yeah, that's my one negative. That's why I like going outside. Song, good morning. Oh, there's a lot of stations we're passing, yeah. Well, because those little commuter trains, so the little DMUs are servicing those. Yeah, 32.2 degrees in this room. I got a fan under the desk, I've got a fan to the side of me, and I don't know whether it works. I've got a fan behind me pointing outside the room, because someone said if you do that, it will take air out of the room. So, I shall see. But I should be sat here for the next at least 4.5 hours now. Right, we're only 2 miles from Stevenage. So I should really annoy Larwood by starting to slow down. You're lying with a hot water bottle. Yeah, 32.2 degrees in my computer room. It's 30 degrees outside. I was sat out on the decking before I came upstairs, and I didn't want to come upstairs. Okay, perhaps that means start braking a bit sharper than that. I am loving there's a lot of traffic. Alright, Stevenage coming up then, 1 mile to go to our first stop. Oh, you got a stomachache, that's not good. A flat Coke. Or drink some 7-Up. Right, Stevenage approaching, 1/2 mile to go. And we're early. That's a good sign. Right, first stop then, Stevenage. We have arrived. Slowly into the station. Got to get used to the braking on this thing. Oh, there we go. That's not bad. Did the back get on? Yes, it did. All doors open. Whoop whoop. Apart from that one and that one, strangely. 13 seconds late. Alright, Larwood. Not bad, stopping wise though. Should have been back a little bit further, I think. So next stop is Peterborough, which we're due in at 7:05. Next stop at the service is Peterborough. I just said that. We are scheduled to arrive at 7:05. I just said that as well. Your departure time for Peterborough will be 7:07. Like a boss. God, doesn't that sound good? Oh, race. We've been beaten by the DMU. Okay, we failed at that race then. Oh, of course it's an EMU. Yes, sorry, it's electric. And it's got a smiley face as well. Right, 48 miles to Peterborough. I'm driving the DMU. Yes, I know. It's one hell of a DMU though, isn't it? Oh, more trains going the other way. Wow, that's a lot of trains. Pollution, pollution. Yes, lots of diesel smoke. Look at that. Fantastic. Right, so one stop down. Peterborough is next. Now we're gaining on him now. Then he's going to be stopping again soon. We won't. Because he's probably stopping every couple of miles. He did get a move on. I think Steve's a flight simmer at height. We're flying all the way to Edinburgh. Well, I was flight simming this afternoon, wasn't I? This is probably second in my enjoyable sims. Aha! Losers! Losers! I haven't been to Truck Fest. Yeah, I went to Truck Fest last year at Peterborough with Chaos. No, not Chaos. With Gaz and Tux. Right, 45 miles to go. So we're due in at Peterborough at 7:05, as it said. Our ETA currently is 7:03. Pollution is great on big vehicles, sod environmental friendly. Exactly, Pineapple. It's a real shame, well, not for the environment obviously, but obviously the HSTs have stopped running between London and the south coast, and I live a mile and a bit away from Swindon train station, and used to hear them on a clear night. You could hear them accelerating out the station, and yeah, I shall miss that noise. Yeah, it went last year. It did get a bit repetitive. Another row of trucks. Oh look, there's another row of trucks. It was enjoyable. I preferred Convoy in the Park, which again we were going to go to this year, but it would have just been me and Tux, because that's got the trucks that are there in, you know, doing the displays thing, and also got truck racing and stuff. So it's a shame that that didn't happen this year. Well, I'm hoping that the meet in Cosford, because there'll be a few new faces that haven't been to any of these meetups before, will encourage a few more meetups of people in the Discord. So because 18 months ago we were doing a meetup a month. That's the one. Yes, that's the one at Donington, which we went to last year and the year before. Electric things are taking over. Get rid of them. Bring back diesel engines. Well, that's never going to be the case. And the new trains that are running on the Great Western are hybrids, I think, aren't they? They can run on diesel or electric. But you know, I do like the sound of a diesel. Obviously, there's certain environments where you're not going to get rid of. So commercial is going to be a while before they'll go over to diesel. So trucks and things, although that's coming. There are battery-powered trucks that will go into city centres. Ships and things like that. That's never going to be the case. So they're always going to be diesel, or will end up being on some sort of alternative fuel source. They certainly won't go electric. But I think larger commercial vehicles like buses and stuff, I think they will be. I thought trains are electric because of the lines. Well, yeah, this has got overheads running. But I've just used a diesel train. Right, 125 miles an hour. I think this is the fastest we're going to go on the journey. It even sounds epic, doesn't it, when it's powering down? Come on then. Alright, I'm 1 mile an hour over the speed limit. Come on. I don't want to brake. There we go. Okay, it still says I'm speeding. I'm doing 125. I'm not speeding. There we go. So I imagined doing this length of journey that we were going to come in about, I estimated, sort of half an hour late overall. So I was thinking that's why I wanted to start a bit earlier than 5:30, which is my original start time, because I didn't want to still be sat here at like 25 to 11 tonight. But if we're off here at 10 o'clock, I should be quite happy. Some electric things are okay, like trucks are okay. We have a really nice hybrid Optave, oh, for God's sake, in Newcastle. Yeah, I'd quite happily have a hybrid or electric car. Electric, if I had the money, obviously. I would have a Tesla. Quite happily. Wow, this is a straight bit of track. Okay, we've not seen much of a traffic up here though. So did Larwood, if Larwood was putting his the other trains in, has he just got bored by this point? We've got a lot before Stevenage and then nothing. So we're not going to see any trains now for the rest of the journey. Because Larwood tweaked the scenario and set it up for me. Oh, it wasn't you. I was giving you all the praise and well, not praise really. The Caltrain commuter trains are electric and diesel, yeah. Yeah, Ford KA, not really that environmental friendly. Especially the new ones, because they look stupid too. I'm not actually speeding, I'm doing 125, it says 125. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I know it's the future of, you know, getting trains to be electric and stuff, and environmentally they're not great. You know, I've been to Paddington when all the old HSTs were in Paddington firing up, and you just see all the lovely diesel smoke. So not fantastic for the environment. And these are quieter place to be. But yeah, not too bad. I'm not really paying attention to the signals. Perhaps I should be. So I'm hoping I don't get any. I had an AWS warning just then. No, we've got greens, we're okay. I'm coming up to Everton. So what point, Larwood, do you know where the first point is where we leave the first DLC and enter no man's land? Providing he's still watching. I don't even know what route this is that we're on. 'Cause obviously this is, as Larwood said, 6 different bits stitched together. Because each part has a shared station. Yeah, that's the bit that links them in it. So each map will have one station in common. So yeah, I suppose it depends on which side of the station that ends. Okay. I just thought you might have known. Could be interesting. Right, we're only 29 miles from Peterborough, our second stop. And then it's on to Grantham, Newark Northgate, Retford, Doncaster, York, Northallerton, Darlington, Durham, Newcastle, Morpeth, Berwick-upon-Tweed, and Edinburgh. Peterborough, York, Newcastle. Ah, so those are the switchover points. So this Peterborough is the end of a scenario and the start of another one. Then that's one going up to York, and then Newcastle's the last one. Okay. Cool, thank you. So yeah, if you just joined, I'm doing London to Edinburgh. Various bits of map stitched together, and in the fantastic Voyager. 14 stops in total, which are scrolling across your screen now. And estimated travel time is 4 hours 58 minutes. And I would be mightily impressed if I can do it in that time. Next stop, Peterborough. Watch out for foxes on the line. No, that's Grantham. So this is a commuter train out of London. Not really commuter. Well, I suppose it is. This bit of line going to Peterborough. Yeah. But the commuter trains were the small ones that we were passing. So they're really the stoppers. So they just do a mile or so between stops. This is just the main run. So this is going from, well, the capital, London, all the way up to Scotland. Didn't I see on one of Jeff's videos where they did a trip from Was it Edinburgh to London? Was it 3 hours? That was quite cool. Yeah, after Grantham, north of Grantham is the bit that Gaz looks after. Up as far as I've heard him talk about Retford. So I think he goes between Grantham and Retford. Imagine doing this line every week. I've never commuted by train 4 hours. That only stops at Newcastle. Oh, okay, that's still pretty impressive. I don't know how people can commute by train. Obviously Swindon where I am is only an hour. You can get from Swindon station to Paddington in an hour, so central London. And there are people that commute by train, so finish work at 5, probably get a 5:30 train out of London in Swindon at 6:30, home by 7 o'clock at night. I just couldn't do that. Right, Ben, good evening. I get frustrated with my 8-minute commute. So it's very different from the US. Yes. Well, things are closer here, aren't they? That's the big difference. But there are, obviously, the London Underground takes you around London. Then if you want to go, I'd say probably within 40 minutes of London, you would use the small little commuter trains, so the stopping services. Anything more than that, so if you live further out, this is the sort of thing you would commute with. You know, and if you worked in London and lived in Stevenage, you're only talking what was that, half an hour trip. It's too hot. Yeah, 32.3 degrees in my computer room. Back to a 125. We're only 20 miles from Peterborough now. I'm okay with my 20-minute commute. I'll walk behind street to other stop, which goes around everywhere. Okay. Stick your head out the cab window, cool down. Well, I should imagine the cab's got nice air conditioning in here. But it would have, wouldn't it? Again, this is a nice place to be. My argument is it's too quiet, but which is why I like sticking with the outside view. It's hot in here, but I can't have the air conditioning on because it's too loud, so I couldn't hear you. Okay. Dave the helicopter, good evening. Better inside driving the train. Well, yeah, I just think it's too quiet. I'm going to stick your tongue out like a dog. Yeah. Stick your head out the window. I like the noisier things, so I quite like doing the outside view, but if it was a little bit noisier in here, I'd quite happily stay in here all the time. Or open the door behind you and the air will come in when the door's open. Oh, well, yeah, that's a thing. I don't know if there's probably not opening windows on this, are there? It's probably a completely sealed environment. Yeah, it's not like the old trains where I could have opened a window. Right, Huntington down fast is where we're going through now. I like the fact this thing's got multiple engines, so it is a diesel multiple unit. I'll be back. I'm sure you'll be here long enough. I will be here for at least the next 4 hours. Unless something goes horribly wrong and the whole thing crashes. We're only 16 miles from Peterborough now. Or we're going to get a bit of a lean on going around this corner, aren't we? So all that excitement back in the 80s made about the APT, the Advanced Passenger Train that tilted. And yeah, I went to the very disappointing Crewe Heritage Centre earlier in the year to see the APT. And obviously that was designed to be able to tilt on lines to be able to gain extra speed. And now these things just do it automatically. And there's no big dramas about them. If that happens, blame Gaz for leaving his fox on the tracks. Exactly. Our commute trains like BART serves East Bay to San Francisco and SFO. Okay. But yes, we find that you'd have a mixture of, say, the little commuter trains, which I'm sure will pass here, that are going on the slow lines, and the intercity trains, as they were called. Now this is cross country, that served major towns. Gaz is either asleep. No, he went to work last night. Was he at work last night? Was he at work this morning? He might be at work this morning, so he might have come home, but I think he's on days tomorrow. I don't know. He's either asleep or passed out somewhere. Or he could be at work. Because he was going to join us in Flight Sim earlier, so... I just went to work to get paid for an hour to eat pizza. That's a cushy job. Noz, good afternoon, evening. My town used to have a railway line, but they got rid of it. And now it's a big walk. Well, yeah, it's unfortunate. A lot of railways were cut, but a lot of places are trying to bring back the railway. Right, it's only 11 miles from Peterborough now. I've got to say, this scenery is looking quite nice. The old English countryside. Ruined by these electric lines. It may have been smokier with diesels, but at least you didn't have a stupid view. I'm going to try and keep my eye on this fuel gauge, see how it drops over this journey. Enhanced by these electric lines. No, the view is ruined by the electric lines. Yeah, they have, and they filled a hole in where there was a bridge, and it was like a sinkhole, opened up, luckily not near the houses. Oh, blimey. Right, 9 miles to go. Oh, another train. Thought I was going to be all by myself out here. We're going to catch him up. So yeah, these are the little commuter type trains. I guess we're going to catch up unless he's stopped. So yeah, the smaller little commuter trains that will stop every couple of miles. Hi Pete, I'm doing really well, thank you. He was on one earlier, that's awesome. I've never been on the Voyager. Alright, so we've got 100 coming up down here. Stupid sounding horn. Only 6 miles to go to Peterborough, where we're due to arrive early. But we're not due to depart till 7:07, so it's going to hold us at Peterborough So arriving early isn't necessarily a good thing. RMT was on strike, so trains had to double up. And only 1 hour from Birmingham New Street. Oh, blimey. So a lot of engineering works going on over this weekend as well. I wouldn't even contemplate travelling by train. That's why I've resisted going anywhere. We've got a 1:15. Good afternoon, evening, Sam. How are we doing? What is the max speed of the small commuter trains? They'll probably do about 80, 90. But because they're only going a couple of miles, they don't really get a chance to go to that sort of speed. Right, so 115 coming up now. You had an event to go to, so had to use the train. Ah. Right, we're only 4 miles out of Peterborough. The point is me accelerating too far because I've got to slow back down to 105 up here. Oh no, we got... Okay, we've got double yellows. Right, the next one's a single yellow, so I'm going to back off the power. Could you be warning me of the speed limit change though? So we'll see what the next one is. Right, single yellow, so be prepared to stop. So I'm going to slow it down. And it's a red. I'm going to run the red. Thankfully, it won't end the scenario. But I may as well carry on now. Yeah, I should have slowed down. As soon as I saw a double yellow, I should have slowed it down, but didn't. If I would have been going sort of 70-ish through the single yellow, I would have stopped in time. Right, so approaching Peterborough, it's the first point where one of the DLCs obviously crosses over with the other DLC. I don't know at what point the two maps merge, whether it's actually the station that's being used. So at some point the two DLCs will be stitched together. The first of a couple of stitchings that are going on. That's probably why we were a little bit ahead, because of that red. So I'm really glad this isn't marking me, because that would have been an instant failure at that point. Imagine doing that coming into Edinburgh after all this. Glad that red wasn't stopping someone coming up on our line. There hasn't been another one. So we should be okay. Right, into Peterborough we come then. Stop number 2. Time-wise, we're doing okay. So based on the first 2 stops, we're going to do it in under the 5 hours. Oh, well, the whole train was nearly on. It's the same on our BART system. Our BART trains can achieve speeds of 80 miles an hour. Okay. Right, so it's going to hold us here for 2 minutes then. We've definitely got a red up there. Because that's that one, isn't it? So there's our red there. So we can't go anywhere until that changes. So stop 2 is done. So that's Peterborough. Next is Grantham, where we're due in at 7:26. So actually not that bad a time getting from London to Peterborough. I didn't realise it was only an hour. Or less than an hour. We've never been up the East Coast or on any train out of King's Cross. So last time I pulled forward and the front door wouldn't open. This time I pulled back a little bit and the rear door wouldn't open. So that's 2 failures out of 2 stations. So we're doing okay. Next stop on the service is Grantham, where you are scheduled to arrive at 7:26. Departure from Grantham is scheduled to be 7:28. I might have to tab. Got to pass the signal at danger. Okay. Are you using the throttle for your flight sim for acceleration on this train? No, Lara did send me the details last night. I actually installed the software this morning, which did seem to work, but it seems like I've got to configure it for each train. So I will do that, because it would have been quite cool to use the flight sim controller throttles for this, especially this being a single operation train, a single lever. Right, so Grantham's 29 miles away. So at some point around here or back there is where we now start on the next. I'm guessing it's here now. We're on the new DLC. So that's quite cool. We don't even notice a bit between them. I imagine if you looked at the scenery, there'll be a point on the scenery where the 2 bits are merged. They do a cab controller. It's quite expensive, about 200 quid. But it doesn't work with all trains. I looked at one. I haven't got the room to put it because in front of me is my steering wheel. So I haven't got the room for a cab controller. And yeah, it didn't work for all trains. And basically, because I use the things here to open and close the doors and lights and stuff. But because I've got this little gaming keypad that sits under my left hand, I just use the obviously A and D to accelerate and decelerate, and my left hand just stays on those keys. And obviously I've got Q to reset the AWS, and space for the horn. So I don't need a train sim controller. And obviously the mouse I use touch these and track IR to look around. So yeah, not really worth it for me. It's one of those games where keys actually do work. New England Junction down fast. Have we moved to America now? Right, so straight up to a 125 speed wise. Definitely doesn't accelerate as fast as I thought it would. It's certainly not accelerating as fast as some electrics do, but it's not bad. The wipers just sat there, slightly annoying. Sure, they could have parked one side, one the other side, and had them sort of meet in the middle, or sort of cross over from each other. That would have been better. And why didn't they put that screen there? As that's for the driver, put his clipboard or something. But yeah, single hand operation this one, so the same lever operates the accelerate and the brake. It's ideal for me. Try and stop them. I could put the wipers on. They reset back to there. Oh, that looked nice. Okay, I've now got the wipers on intermittent. No, they go side. Where's the wiper control in here? Off, thank you. Right, 109. I have a maximum of 125. So we've done Stevenage and Peterborough. Grantham is next. And then we've got Newark, Northgate, Retford, Doncaster, York, Northallerton, Darlington, Durham, Newcastle, Morpeth, Berwick-upon-Tweed, and finally into Edinburgh. We are getting there. An hour in of this 5-hour journey. My left leg's starting to ache, and I've got sweat running down my back. It's going to be an interesting next 4 hours. Train doing well. Has that fuel dropped? I'll have to keep my eye on the level there. I'm sure it's going to drop. That smoke. Smoky. So accelerating slowly. Oh, that was a... Okay, was that... It looked yellow to me. You hold the mouse still on, it will show the litres. Okay. 770 gallons. We'll see if it goes down. No, it was green. Okay. Yeah, of course, you work in litres where you are, don't you? And not gallons. I knew it was going to bring up that saying I'm speeding, so I'll just back it off. So I even like the noise it makes when it's spooling down. Just ticking over now, pretty much, 740 RPM. Obviously not as much traffic on the lines as we're getting further away from London, but I should imagine when we get up towards York we'll be fairly busy. So we'll almost do with bringing in a map of the UK. Is there a UK train map? Right, so we can bring that in. There we go. So I'll zoom in. I'll possibly go wrong with it. Oh crap. Okay, I won't do that. Because I can't. Oh, where's my thing gone? I've lost my map now. Oh, well, the map's gone. Here it is. So if I attempt to bring it down here and zoom in, so London, there's Peterborough, so Stevenage, Peterborough, Grantham, Newark, Retford, Doncaster, so that's where we're going. York, Northallerton, Darlington, Durham, Newcastle, Morpeth, and then Berwick, Edinburgh. So that's the route we're taking. I'm hoping on now I just haven't whizzed past some yellows or anything by doing that. Staying here. No, green, we're okay. I'll just drag that map back over here. Okay, so I want to come back to that later. There we go. So okay, 13 miles from Grantham. I didn't realise how big the UK is until you think, actually Grantham's quite a way up, and then you keep travelling north from Grantham. So when I left Liverpool last year, on my way up to Perth in Scotland, I left Liverpool thinking, it's not too far, 4.5 hours later or 5 hours later or whatever it was, and Liverpool's quite a way up. So yeah, although the UK is small compared to the likes of Australia where Larwood is, or the USA, it does take a little bit of white while to get around. Enjoy OMSI, Pineapple. When you finish, I'll probably still be here. 11 miles to go. So we were due in at 7:26 into Grantham. Our ETA is 7:24. We are not due to depart till 7:28. You've got to pay attention. So yeah, not as much traffic coming the other way or going the same way now, but I think it will get busy again, hopefully anyway, around York and Doncaster. This is pretty much the maximum speed that we're going to be going on the whole journey. So if we had have used the pacer, that would have topped out at what, 70, 80 maybe. So there's no way that thing would have coped with this journey. I don't think there's any way I would have coped with this journey. Something I should have maybe done in the winter rather than on a day where it's 32.4 degrees in here. But we're doing okay. We're on time. Someone's already done London to Edinburgh in a pacer anyway. Really? Damn it. Yeah, that was my original plan. If I was going to do it, why not do it in a pacer? But it would have taken a long time. If I would have done it, I would have probably split it up into 2 or 3 chunks rather than try and do it in one. Right, that was 770 gallons, 766. So yeah, the fuel is going down. Oh, another train. Right, you got 115 limit coming up. And then 6 miles from Grantham. Evening Chaos. Journey's going good. Currently on time. We've done Stevenage and Peterborough. Just coming into Grantham now. So north of this is the bit of the line that Gaz looks after. So anything's going to go wrong. So expect derailments as we approach Grantham. It's definitely far too quiet in here. It's a long tunnel. Right, 4 miles to go. Little hut back there, I should imagine used by the Network Rail workers. Imagine Gaz has spending a night skiving, I mean working in something like that. Right, we're only 3 miles from Grantham. We were due in at 7:26. We're going to arrive at 7:25, so it's going to be close. It would be pretty cool if we can do this journey in the timetabled 4 hours 58 minutes. Be careful of foxes on the line. Yes, I've already been warned of that. Yeah, stray foxes are a thing in the Grantham area, especially red ones. Which is the ones that are endangered? Is it the red foxes? Right. Grantham, here we come. Lots of braking. Full braking. Okay, we're going to overshoot Grantham. Oh, we got one of these in Swindon, made the little slot thing in the station. Okay, we didn't overshoot Grantham. Ah. That might be a thing. What colour's got? Well, it's red. We were all hoping it was going to be yellow, but it's red. So, round here somewhere is a Network Rail yard. I've been to Grantham Station. So I think it's this side. But yeah, Swindon's got one of these where we've got a platform, sort of dead-ended thing. That's the line that goes to Cheltenham and Gloucester from Swindon. So the little commuter train goes in and turns around and comes back out again. Obviously it can't go that way, can it? Yeah, not bad modelling, I suppose. Shame I didn't actually stop on the platform. Right, take a slurp of my drink. Typically I get the bloody warning thing go off. Alright, alright. While it's going off, I'm sat at the station. So this is Grantham. Next coming up is... No, train going out. So I should imagine we'd have to wait for him anyway. And this is going on a separate set of lines. So we're doing okay. This is 3 stops out of 14. So Newark Northgate's a bit closer. We're due there at 7:39. So that's only 13 minutes away. And then Retford and Doncaster. So the next 3 are quite close together. Then 20 minutes to York. 20 minutes to Northallerton, 10 minutes to Darlington, 20 minutes to Durham, 15 minutes to Newcastle, 17 minutes to Morpeth, 30 minutes to Berwick, and then the last stretch is 40 minutes. So the next few stations are a bit closer together. The next stop is Newark Northgate. Your scheduled arrival time is 7:39. After 2 minutes stop, you'll continue towards Retford. Right. Let's go. We have an announcer there on the station that stopped instantly. He didn't get quieter, just stopped. Alright, 115 line speed coming up. So this is the bit of line now that Mr. Gazariah from the Discord looks after. So if it's a bit wibbly wobbly, then we know who to blame. So accelerating our way. And only 14 miles to Newark. Went there last year, the year before last. Might have been the year before last. Up to Newark for a day from Gaz's place. Quite a nice place. Had breakfast in the railway station cafe. Because, you know, it was with Gaz and that's all he knows. It seems like we're going quite slow. We're not. We're doing like nearly 80, but because it's so quiet in here and it's a straight track, it doesn't seem like we're accelerating that quickly. The thing is flat out. I can see daylight through the... I'm guessing it's just a bridge, not a tunnel. Oh, there we go. This is a very straight tunnel. Right, so basically it's going to keep accelerating now because the line speed went from 100 to 115 and then we're going up to a 125. So I'll just keep the throttle full open. So there are a few more long streams we've got planned. Don't know when we're going to fit them in, because at some point us flight sim boys, fallopian. Yes, that's a long tube. Us flight sim boys are planning on recreating the journey that BA do from London City to New York by flying from London City to Shannon and then Shannon to New York. And flight time from Shannon to New York is about 5 hours. So don't know when we're going to do that, but we'll certainly fit that in at some point. So this is basically gearing me up for trying to do some long streams again. I used to do 6-7 hours on a Saturday night. We do trucking and then go into the early hours of the morning. But perhaps I chose the wrong sort of weather to do this, because it's quite warm in here. Oh, someone's phone's ringing. Elton John's still on the train. He's got a really naff ringtone as well. I haven't even got a coffee or anything. Oh, I don't think I caught that in time. It's going to put the brakes on now. Yep. Let's put the bloody motor brakes on. See, I shouldn't be looking... In the outside view, I can hear that. Obviously back there I can't. Oh, it's going to cost me some time. Because I didn't acknowledge the AWS, it's put the brakes on. Which means I've got to come to a complete stop and then start again. Oh, system air pressure will need to build it back up again, doesn't it? Come on. Or have I got to take it back into... There we go. Passengers are thinking, why have we stopped? Yeah, because the driver decided to go back into one of the carriages. Answer there is, don't do that. You always want it to change gear. Right, so that was Grantham. The next stop is, as on the screen there, Newark Northgate. It's only 7 miles away. Due in at 7:39. Our ETA is 7:39. That stop has cost us time, so I should pay attention and not go sitting in the back of the train, because like you get the alarm that you got to press to prove you're awake and alert. So you'd be no good listening to music on your phone, really, would you? Seven miles though to the next stop. So I was going to break this down and put it out on YouTube in sections, but won't be doing that. So see how many people actually will watch the whole 5 hours on YouTube. Well, it's something I suppose you'd start watching and then stop and then pick up again if you're interested. Well, I thought about doing it in 5 1-hour bits, but I'd really want to start and stop it on the stream with me saying, yeah, part 2 will be coming up soon. But that's not going to be a thing. Right, finally building back up speed, 90 miles an hour, 5 miles to go until Newark. Train doing rather well, of course. Fuel wise, 757 gallons remaining. So you can hear the warnings from the outside. Obviously you can in the inside, but you can't hear him in the carriage. It's not like the driver could run back to the... Damn it, my alarm's going off! And then run back to the cab. Right, more greens. You wonder why those stupid little bits of track that don't go anywhere. Was that originally a track that went somewhere? And they just cut it off there? Because it's not long enough to even put a train in as have it as a siding. Halfway through a chat with Elton. Exactly, that's what it was. I was chatting with Elton in the back and the alarm went off. Asking him to sing me a song. Right, 3 miles from Newark. I wonder if on this one I can actually stop where I'm supposed to stop. Oh, another train coming the other way. That does sound so nice when it spools down. Right, towards Newark we come. So stop number 4 out of 14. Can I get the stop right? So we're due at 7:39. We're going to arrive at 7:40. So the first time we actually lost a bit of time. That was mainly because of me chatting with Elton John in the back and not being there to acknowledge the fact that I was actually there. So yes, I've been to Newark. There's a nice little cafe in the train station that serves quite a nice breakfast. Highly recommend it if you're in the area. Oh, porn. HST. Right, are we all on? Getting there. I'm going to stop there. It was all on. Why didn't these open? That was on. That was definitely on. You should have invited Elton up to the cab. Yeah, come on, Elton. Come on and do a cab ride. Oh, we're not going to be here long, are we? That's because we're running late. Retford's not far away either. 15 minutes. Next got Edinburgh. Next service to Edinburgh is Retford. You are scheduled to arrive at 7:54. Departure at 7:56. Okay, let's go. Give it the beans straight out the station. Passengers get on and like, whoa! You're like getting onto an airplane just as it's about to accelerate down the runway. Panicked then, saw the red light, but it wasn't on my line. I don't think it accelerates or brakes fast enough for passengers to notice. Well, I suppose there's a little bit of acceleration going on there though. It's not rapid, but it would probably be enough. Although HSTs never used to accelerate, sometimes you wouldn't even notice them pulling out the station. So we've got 17 miles to Retford. 125 line speed coming up. Green light. Oh, bridge. Bridge over the river Ret. I don't know. So this is where Liam should have been here. He'd be finding out this information. Like a public service announcement. I love the fact it says tilting super Voyager. Like the driver needs to know what he's in. It's like, yeah, I know it's a tilting super Voyager. You don't need to ride it inside. Haha, you don't catch me out now. So fuel is going down. That doesn't. I suppose that is going down. It doesn't seem to be. don't think we're going to run out of fuel. I don't think that's going to be a problem. So it should be a clear run now. Hopefully all the way to Retford. Can you bring up a map? Like in... you can. That's the thing. There you go. So that's us, and you can zoom out and show the whole line, basically. No. If you did it in Steam Train, not sure whether you top up on water. Not sure where you top up. Oh, that's a point. Yeah, because you would run out of water. And that's not built into the train sim, is it? That you can actually fill the thing up. He listen to those turbos whistle, that just sounds so cool. Yeah, I haven't attempted a Steam journey for a long time. I might actually have to do that at some point. Attempt one on a Steam train. Yes, I'm still here. Oh, another train coming another way. Also, that wasn't a HST, that was electric. It is built in, I'm just not sure if there's anywhere to do it on the route. Oh, okay. Well, this route's more designed for electric and diesel, I suppose. I've never done a long Class 91. Yeah, I'm going to have to use that one next. I don't think I've ever used it. I've never done a long train journey. Whistle for the hell. In real life. Longest I've done is a couple of hours. So I do keep looking at like the California Zephyr and stuff like that. I'd love to do a couple of day Amtrak journey in the States. That would just be fantastic. Just sitting looking out the window of a train with a good book. Awesome. You couldn't do a London to Edinburgh in this country because it'd be probably cheaper to fly to America than it would do to get a ticket from London to Scotland. There we go. If you're feeling generous this evening and you've got Amazon Prime, don't forget, if you have Amazon Prime, you get a free Twitch Prime subscription with your Amazon Prime. You can use that to help support the channel. Follow the link there that Nightbot has provided. Doesn't cost you a penny to do, but does help me and the channel a lot. So if you've got Amazon Prime, like a lot of people have, it's a benefit you get that they don't really talk about. So there we go. And if anyone's feeling really generous this evening, there is a donate button below the stream that hasn't been used in a while. Right, 8 miles to go to Retford, and then it's on to Donny. So we're due to arrive in Retford at 7:54. Our planned ETA is 7:53, so it's going to be close. All comes down to my braking or listening out for that warning and trying to keep somewhere close to the speed limit as well. It would be awesome if we can do this in the time that we're supposed to do it. I'd be mightily impressed. Oh, that got a bit bumpy then. So the next few stations, as I said, are fairly close together. Retford, we're due at 7:54. Doncaster at 8:09. York at 8:33. Northallerton at 8:54. Darlington at 9:06. Durham at 9:25. Newcastle at 9:40. Morpeth at 9:57. And then the last two is like an hour and 10 minutes where we've only got 2 stops. So it does get a bit of a gap in the last couple. That's when I'm going to start to be waning a bit, I think. So we've got slow down, we've got a 115 line speed. Doesn't really slow down that well either. Four miles to go though until we get to Retford. I don't get bored of that sound. I do like a diesel. This isn't a particularly dirty diesel, but diesel nonetheless. Right, 2 miles to go till we get to Retford. You want to hit my head on the tunnel. Right, we've got flashing yellows, so I better slow it down anyway. A bit more than that. Okay, we've got a 40 coming up. It's because Gaz is probably out working on the line, causing chaos and mayhem. Okay, a bit more braking than that. Gaz causing flashing, very unlikely. Well, yeah, okay. Probably stood by the side of the track, attempting to look busy. Oh, I just hear the engines kick back in. That is so satisfying. Oh, but I thought that was rain. the way the supports were there for the wires. Oh, is it raining? That's not. It's the way that they were coming in and out. Right, we're going to be roughly on time. Depends on how the line speed is the other side of Retford now. So York is the next place where we then change maps. And then go on to another DLC. So I didn't notice the last separation or join at Peterborough. Been seamless so far. We'll see what happens when we get to York. Seems odd coming on this side of the platform. I don't know why. And the whole train isn't on. Not by a long shot. Yeah, I could have gone. But I was thinking of this. No, I don't know. We're here. Most of the people can get off. That's the important thing. Those that can't, I'm sure there'll be enough time for them to move forward to another carriage and then get off at the next carriage. It'll be fine. It's getting hungry in here. Time for breakfast. Yeah, I've only had 2 cheese rolls all day. Yesterday I had a pot noodle. So I'm feeling slightly peckish. There may be like an hour before I know I'm going to finish, so I might be using the Just Eat app and ordering myself a takeaway. Other food apps are available. Right, so maybe the next platform I'll actually stop at the right place. Right, Doncaster is the next stop on the service. You are scheduled to arrive at 8:09 with a departure of 8:11, so that's not far away. Doesn't that sound good though? Right, you're going to change lines. On a 40 limit. Then a 45. Where'd the 15 come from? There was no mention of a 15. It said 45. Now it's on to you, scumbag. Now it's 125. Fix tricks. That said 45. It's 40. Oh yeah, it's a little mistake in the route. Oh, thanks, Larwood. You could have warned me. Right, so we're doing to Donny at 8:09, current ETA 8:07. There's meant to be a sign there, but there isn't. Okay, so someone's nicked. We'll blame Gaz, shall we? For not putting the sign there. I'll text him. Gaz, can you go and put a 15-mile-an-hour sign just north of Retford Station? Oh, porn. That was the second choice of train to use for this route, was the HST. Well, this thing sounds so good that I'd use this. Well, how's fuel doing now? 745 gallons. So Doncaster in 15 miles. There's also one signal that might be red with no yellows before it. You can just tab past it without stopping. Well, how do I know? So I just go along and it'd be red, it'd be green, 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 red. Do you know roughly where it is? I hardly pay attention to the signals as it is, let alone looking out for one that just might be red after a green. Can't remember. Oh, thanks, Larwood. Right, it's accelerating our way towards 125 line speed. Not really a curvy, well, apart from this bit, curvy track, is it? Obviously, I'm guessing it was laid originally and designed like that to try and be as straight as possible, linking all the major towns and cities along the way. We have green, 13 miles to go to Doncaster. So after Doncaster, we've got York, Northallerton, Darlington, Durham, Newcastle, Morpeth, Berwick-upon-Tweed, and Edinburgh. So we are definitely making progress. That's why I prefer the West Coast Main Line. Got more. Well, you could have told me that. I would have done the West Coast Main Line. Definitely London to Penzance. You can't. Oh, okay. London to Penzance is one that I want to do. That's got to be a thing. Oh, okay. So you can't do the whole thing. Well, I should look forward to that then. Should have to do that when it's available. Horn is pathetic. You normally hear, if you've gone across those crossings as a pedestrian, you hear the tracks, don't you? You hear the metallic sound of the tracks. Press B for the other horn. I haven't got a B on my gaming keypad. It means I've got to look forward onto the keyboard. Where the hell's B? There. Sounds like a ship. I was just about to say I forgot about that 110 limit. Taken, good evening, how are we doing? He's definitely close together. We're only 8 miles from Doncaster. That's the first 6 stops done. Nearly halfway, stop-wise. Wow, Taken, thank you very, very much. Much appreciated, sir. That's awesome, thank you. I'm doing the speedy thing again. Oh, now it's a 125. Yes. Rrr. Oh, diesel! That's such a nice noise. Alright, 6 miles to Doncaster. It sounds okay from the outside. Doesn't sound great from the inside. you didn't catch me out. I am here. Let's press the alarm button thing. Get off this train, please. Well, at this speed, I'd probably injure myself. Oh, that's quite cool. Overgrown tracks down the side there. I wonder if they're actually there. So York is the next bit where the two DLCs merge. So far we've had a merge at Peterborough. We've got 120, then 100 limit. I was slowing down. 100 limit coming up down here. So we'll start to slow it down. Because we're only 3 miles out anyway. Alright, we've got flashing yellows. That's warning me of the speed change. That's quite cool. Got the stockyards. Yeah. Never really been a fan of doing freight stuff, because that's just long journeys just driving with nothing else going on. At least this has been broken up every 20 or 30 miles with a station. Right, flashing yellow. So we're due at Doncaster at 8:09. We're going to arrive at 8:08. So ahead of schedule. At the moment. Look at that smoke. It just looks so nice. Not great for the environment, but it looks good. Right, and we come to Doncaster. It's somewhere I've never been. So of all these places on this journey, I've been to London and Grantham. That's it. Oh, and Newark. So that's 3 of them. It's like a fairly modern bridge. I'm sure we're going to have to switch tracks now, I'm guessing. Yeah. Right, can we get the whole train on the platform this time? Is it going to be a thing? And Edinburgh. Oh, I've been to Edinburgh. I went there last year, didn't I? When the festival was on. Oh, yeah. Never went to the train station, though. Oh, that front one's not going to open. Damn it. Yeah, the back's on, front isn't. Okay, maybe the next one then I'll stop correctly. Because I can't... It's like stopping in ETS2. I can't see the light. Have you seen the light? Alright, take a swig of my drink while we're stopped. Well, the temperature in here is holding steady at 32.4 degrees, so hopefully that does actually start cooling down soon, because I should be in a puddle in a couple of hours' time. Where can I make a complaint? Larwood is the complaints officer. He's in charge of timetabling and complaints. Oh, Pacer! Pacer for the win! Oh, that's cool. Oh, see, I should have used the Pacer. That would have been fantastic, shouldn't it? It took about 3 days to get up here. Next stop on the service is York. Your scheduled arrival time into York is 8:33, with departure at 8:35. Oh, poor people going to actually use their legs. Diddums. Exactly, Dave. I'm with you on that one. Okay, if I was sat in a carriage, unless it does tell you on some trains, doesn't it, that not all the train can fit onto the platform. But this train would have fitted onto the platform if the driver wasn't incompetent. I've got to do the Class 91. That livery looks quite nice as well. It's quite a long train, so it's gauging it on the platform to get it all in. Right, so York is next, 32 miles away. ETA is 8:33. Oh, sorry, ETA is 8:29. We're due in at 8:33. Is the train operator intoxicated? No, I'm drinking orange squash. So not intoxicated at all. Yeah, so York is the next bit where a couple of the maps are stitched together. So far we've done London to Peterborough, and then Peterborough to York is the next bit, and then York to, I think, Newcastle was one, and then obviously it's Newcastle up to Edinburgh. But Larwood said it was 6 bits that you need in order to be able to stitch them all together, plus some bits that are designed to stitch them all together to do this route. And so far, no issues at all. Although we're not even halfway yet. Well, it's got a 100 limit coming up here, and we're not even at that yet, so that's handy. Good to know. I would file a complaint to the company. Yeah, don't drink and train. So let's back it off. Love the way that sounds when it spools down. Right, into the 100 limit. This must be a short bit of maintenance or something going on here. Yeah, 100 miles an hour ain't a lot of difference to 125, but okay. This is a rough bit of track or something. then back to the 125. Fire up those mighty diesels. What size engines they actually are, because there's an engine in each there's a power car or engine in each carriage, isn't there? So I wonder how big each individual engine is. Because normally the HSTs have a power car at the front and a power car at the back. But these things, there's one in each carriage. So they can't be that big, because although they're taking up a bit of space, they can't be that large, or they're obviously slung underneath the carriage, aren't they? So they can't be that big an engine. But they're obviously doing their job, deemed to be the best way, rather than take up half a car at each end with engine. They've slung it under the train and put more of them. 19 litre engines. Wow. How does that compare to the original HST engines then? Because they were huge. So there's what, 8 19 litre engines in this thing. So 160 litres in total, roughly. Be interesting to see what the HST engine size was in comparison. Obviously it took up a lot of room though. 10. Oh, a 5 car, are they? A 10. It's a 10 engine, so 190 litres then capacity. I don't know how big the original HST engines were, but it was a space. So HST would have been this whole car and one the other end taken up with engines. So this, you're gaining space by having more engines slung underneath the train. Oh yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, so it's 2 5 cars, so 10 engines. I suppose the advantage is if one fails, you do lose a bit of power, but the thing will still keep going. Whereas if one of the engines fails on a HST, you're stuffed really. Because they were diesel electrics, weren't they? So they were diesel engines running generators to power electricity. Guessing these aren't the same. These are just pure diesel. Oh, I'm doing the speedy thing again. Yeah, not as many trains. I'm expecting it to get a bit busier. 79 litres on the HST. Wow. That's a big old engine in it. A 79 litre engine. And there were 2 of those. So this has got more literage, but I imagine these are more fuel efficient because the turbos are better and they're more modern engines. So this thing's probably a lot more economical than the HST was. 731 gallons remaining. Right, so York is coming up as our next stop, 20 miles to go. After York we've got Northallerton, Darlington, Durham, Newcastle, Morpeth, Berwick-upon-Tweed and Edinburgh. According to the timetable, we are still 2 hours and 50 minutes away from arriving in Edinburgh. It's the last hour and 10 is going to be the long ones, because Berwick-upon-Tweed we're due in Morpeth we're due in at 9:57. Then it's Berwick-upon-Tweed at 10:30 and then Edinburgh 11:11, so it's a 40-minute run between Berwick and Edinburgh. We're doing okay. I am looking at the Just Eat app. hoping to order food for around 10 p.m. So 18 miles to go. Not been so bad as I thought. I thought it would actually go quite slowly, but time so far 2 hours in, and we're doing okay. But really glad chose this train. HST was up there, so Pacer was going to be the original decision. So the original train, that was the idea, was to use a Pacer, which Edie in the Discord server did a skin for, which looks stunning. But then trying to tweak the scenario to cope with the Pacer's lack of speed, I think it's proving difficult. And then the fact it would probably taken about 7 hours. Which I could have done. I could have started that at like midday today and then ploughed on through, but yeah, we will use the Pacer for another trip. It would be quite amusing to do a bit of a shorter trip in the Pacer. A couple of hour run in that, it would probably be enough for anybody. So 14 miles from York now. I think barely ticking over at 125. So this thing flat out, I should imagine with a few tweaks, this will probably top 160, 170. Would be great on fuel at that speed, obviously, and the lines in the UK couldn't cope with that sort of speed. So I felt the need to duck under that bridge then. Yeah, definitely a bit lacking in other trains now. There's a load as we came out of London, which you would expect, but they have got a bit more sparse. I would be expecting to see a lot more traffic coming the other way. Well, it's only a 2-line track. I would have thought it's been fairly busy. So whether we'll see more commuter stuff as we get further north. And quite a straight track as well. Not many bends going on. Back in the quiet for a few minutes. Yeah, really well detailed. This is a Just Trains one, I think, isn't it? Can't remember where I got this from. I need to start looking at some more AP stuff, because that's quite nice. I did watch the video on the whatever it was. If I go to oh damn, I'm trying to look at my phone. What was it? Oh, the class 156. That's quite nice. So might have to look at that. Although it's a stupid one with the doors in the middle, so you're looking out of a porthole when you're going forward. Don't like those. I like trains with the expanse of glass across the front. Uh-oh. That was the red then. That might have been the one then, Lara, because I didn't spot anything else before that. I hope I don't now go crashing into a train coming the other way. Soon see if the next one's green. Yes, it is. Oh, there you go. That's fine. There's no way I would have stopped in time for that anyway. And it just let me whiz on by. A bit bouncy around this corner. Alright, 6 miles to go to York. Certainly ticking off the stations. And then it's less than 20-minute run then to North Allerton. And then 11 minutes to Darlington. And we're getting closer. And certainly enjoyable. Words. Enjoyable so far. Ask me again in 2 hours if I'm enjoying it. Where I'll be like, come on, Edinburgh, just get there. But it's just barely ticking over, doesn't it? 833 RPM. Plodding along, maintaining the speed. Right, 100 limit coming up. And then a 90. Oh, another train. Horn. They do sound so good. Oh, and then a 60. Right, so there's the 100 marker. Uh-oh, okay. What was that? Was that just a speed limit change? I'm hoping it was. Not the red lights have bothered me much on the journey so far. Oh, snap. First Voyager we've seen going the other way. Right, so a 60, then we got a 40, and then down to a 30 before coming down into York. So again, York is the next place where a couple of the DLCs are stitched together. Let's see if we can spot the stitch. There should be a train signal simulator that can tie in with train sim, like VATSIM ties into flight sim. We've been saying this for years, Limp Rimble, that it would be awesome to have a multiplayer train sim so that someone else could be operating the service coming the other way. That would be fantastic. So we were due into York at 8:33. Current ETA is 8:30, so we're actually ahead of time. Which means we're going to be sat in York for a little while. Oh, badly modelled London buses in York. Oh, and a pacer. Whose doors have just closed or opened. You can hear that a mile away. Oh, I've got to go on a pacer in real life. Needs to be a thing. I'll have to try and find out where the closest pacer runs to where I live. I don't think we shall have any problem with getting the whole train on here. So where's the Railway Museum in relation to the train line? Normally with these sort of places they're next to the train station because of obviously getting trains in and out. There we go, we have arrived at York. We're going to be here for a couple of minutes, it seems. Well, there's the Minster. Right. Oh my god, I'm getting damp. Oh. Yes, alright. I'm awake. I'm sat in the platform. Right, so that's York. So next is Northallerton, which is 20 minutes from York. Then we've got Darlington, Durham, Newcastle, Morpeth, Berwick-upon-Tweed and Edinburgh. So we've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is 7 stops, so we're halfway. The museum's just ahead of me on the left. So I should imagine there'd be some sort of I'm guessing maybe around here then, where these lines go round. I thought it was in the middle of the town centre from the pictures I've seen of it. Yes, all right. I fear that I'm going to run out of orange squash. I brought a litre up with me. I'm down to 400ml. I think it's the white one, the Curtis model. Oh, okay. So we're doing okay time-wise. So what time did I start? So it's probably pulled off at a couple of minutes past 5. Say 5 past 5. So to be on time, we should be there by 3 minutes past 10. We've still got another 2 hours and 40 minutes to go. Like a caramba. Whose idea was this? Right, I'm still awake. Stop bleeping at me. That's a long... Well, at least at York, the whole train's got on the platform. I think these things would have stop-start, wouldn't you? So they come into the station and the engine cuts out. It's not letting me go early, is it? It's going to keep me here till 8:35. Come on, you can do it. Right, the next stop on the service is North Allerton. The scheduled arrival time in North Allerton is 8:54 with departure towards Darlington at 8:55. Just don't get bored of that sound. If you're unable to fit an entire train on the platform like York, you should just out an F4 and delete the game. Well, yes. So the Railway Museum's probably here then, is it? Probably where these tracks go into then, so they get the trains in and out. But the building's probably not modelled that well. Oh, awesome, Ben. Choo choo indeed. Train going through the train wash down here. And what's that up there? Is that just the way the tracks are? Looked like it was moving to me. Which is the way that the tracks are. So I'm guessing this is now another DLC. So we've made the transition onto another DLC now that goes up towards Newcastle. Voyager. Hang on, that sounded like it had an engine at each end. That didn't sound the same as ours. Right, onwards. 125 limit. Give it the beans. Go back inside. So 28 miles to North Allerton. And a slow train up ahead. Bit of a freight train we're about to overtake. See, these freight trains sound flipping awesome, I think. But just the freight scenarios, I'm not a fan of all the shunting thing. And they're just literally at 100 miles of doing nothing. But some people like that. I prefer passenger runs, personally. Yeah, passenger run with a stop every 20 miles or so in a diesel, and that's it. Boxes ticked for me. So far this is ticking all the boxes. The right train, the right distance between the stops. Maybe a bit longer than I would want to do really in one stint. They're 2, they're 4, they're 6, they're 8. What? Is it the heat, Ben? Is it getting to you? See, this speed seems quite slow for this line as well. Doing like 95 miles an hour. And because of the width of the line, it just seems really slow. And long and straight. Thomas Tank Engine. Okay. How much Thomas Tank Engine since or before it got rubbish? The original Thomas Tank Engines I used to watch. How's fuel doing? It doesn't seem to be going down much, but it is down at 722 gallons. So you can't tell me that, what was it, 10 19 litre engines are only using a gallon of fuel a mile? So they can't be doing like 2 miles to the gallon. Well, yeah, I'll only ever watch, if I do watch, I'll only ever watch the original Thomas Tank Engines and the original Postman Pats. Not that I'd watch them, but honestly. But yeah, again, one of those things they just ruin something. So only try and bring back TV shows and remake films. No, leave it alone. The original was good. Don't go ruining it by remaking it. Right. Just about creeping up to 125. Northallerton is next, and then it's a very short hop to Darlington after that. Only 12 minutes between Northallerton and Darlington. And then not far to Durham, not far to Newcastle, not far to Morpeth. So the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stops are going to go pretty quickly. It's the last 2 that are going to take a while. It's going to be an hour and 15 minutes to do the last 2 stops. Oh, I'm doing the speedy thing again. So if you've just joined, so far we've left King's Cross and we've done Stevenage, Peterborough, Grantham, Newark, Retford, Doncaster, York. We're now on our way to Northallerton, with Darlington, Durham, Newcastle, Morpeth, Berwick-upon-Tweed and Edinburgh still to go. In this awesome looking and sounding Voyager. As Steve gets post-delivered heli in the field and chuck it over the gate. Well, I've got a huge bush next to the shed at the back of the garden that has now grown so much because of all this humid, horrible weather we've been having that I can't see the gate. So they could chuck it over the gate, but I'd never find it again. I have to fight my way through the bush to get to open the shed. So one of my projects for this weekend was to cut the bush down, but that isn't going to be a thing. It's too hot out there today. Right, we slowed down a bit then. But would they find the way into the field to get to the gate? Yeah, the field gets cut. Just hire a goat for the weekend. That's good. Well, it's quite a big field. Right, 17 miles to go to Northallerton. Got a bit of speed, otherwise we'll lose some time. Hire a hungry goat. Well, the field gets cut. The bit by my back gate, they can't come that close to the fences around the field. So, bit by my back gate's a bit overgrown. Because I haven't opened the gate and been out in the field for about a year. Or hire a multiple goats. I mowed the lawn yesterday, that was enough. was sat out on the decking before I came up here and started to stream. I didn't want to come up here. It was too nice being sat out there. Right, so we peaked out at 124. We can hold that speed. So yeah, we're due in at Northallerton at 8:54, ETA 8:53. So we're currently doing really well on time. I think we're going to crack this in under the 5 hours now. I think originally I thought it was going to take 5.5 hours, which is why I started a little bit earlier, thinking if I started at 5:30 I'd still be sat here at 11 o'clock. But I've got a sneaking suspicion we'll be done by 10, which is still 2 hours and 20 minutes away. But we're over halfway. So this is the longest stream I've done in quite a while. Certainly the longest one I've done on my own. Longer ones that I've done in the past have been in multiplayer. So plenty of people to chat to doing trucking and stuff that have been the 5 or 6 or 7 hours. So keeping me waffling for 5 hours is a bit of a challenge. So you not need to start engaging me with questions. Certainly if I start to wane, if I start going quiet, you start asking me stuff in chat. Because it's getting quite warm. It's actually warmed up 0.1 of a degree, 32.5 in here now. But enjoying the route, really enjoying the route so far. And it's just the right distance between stations. Yeah, ouch, hot, yes. I've got fans moving hot air around. And I want to drink more, but if I drink more I'll have to go to the toilet. Which is only 8 feet, 10 feet behind me, so that wouldn't take long. Plastic bottle. Well, yeah, I've got one of those I'm drinking the orange squash out of, but I wouldn't want to use that and get confused. I've nearly drunk a litre of 800ml of orange squash so far in 2 and a bit hours. So I'm keeping hydrated. The Hillsman, good evening. And I've got a litre and a half bottle of water by the side of me as well. So yeah, oncoming traffic or other trains are definitely becoming a bit scarce now. It was brilliant around London. 8 to 10 foot away, you can reach that far. Yeah, I'll just swing round on the chair. Well, no, it's only a walk down the hall, is what I'm saying. So I could, if I needed to, when I'm at a station, I could dash there and dash back. Right, 7 miles from Northallerton. I have to get up. Yes, I have to get up. Well, yeah, because the chair's facing the doors behind, directly behind me to the hall. Yeah, it's a New York taxi driver trick as well. Never ask a taxi driver if they've got a drink, because they'll reach down to the floor to a plastic bottle because they don't want to stop. They stop, they're not earning. Right, slow down a tad then, didn't I? At 5 miles to Northallerton. We are definitely ticking them off now. This thing just doesn't get boring, the noise it makes. Have I got 10 Red Bulls? No, I've got a litre of orange squash and then a litre and a half of water. I'm nearly through the litre of orange squash. And I've been going 2 3/4 hours. I'm feeling alright. And jelly, oh yes, jelly babies. I forgot about those. They're there. Jelly, I should have set up jelly baby cam, shouldn't I? That could have been a thing. And a big bag of Doritos. I've got a big bag of Doritos downstairs, actually, in the cupboard. And a bag of roast beef Monster Munch I bought today. And what was the other thing I bought? Oh, chicken and thyme sensations. They're quite nice. So there are snacks waiting for me downstairs. So if I don't end up ordering a Chinese, as we're probably coming into Berwick, I should just finish the stream, go downstairs and sit in front of a fan with a bag of Doritos. Not the healthiest thing to eat at 10 o'clock at night, but hey ho. No Pringles. No, I did look. They had the sour cream and chive Pringles on offer, but I didn't fancy those ones. That was in my local co-op. Other supermarkets are available. You've got apple pie and custard later. Well, you said you were going to, didn't you, Chaos? Fair play. I might even jump in voice when I'm downstairs later, and if anyone wants to chat after the stream, chill and chat for half an hour. Sour cream and chive is the best one. Yeah, I just didn't fancy those. Oh crap. I was supposed to stop there. I was too busy reading the chat and responding to you lot to realise how close I was. Okay, Darlington's next then. That was North Allerton, ladies and gentlemen. So Darlington's 13 miles away now. I was like, why is that saying point? Oh. Well, it's not going to let us be ahead of time anyway, is it? Because it's going to hold us. So we're due into Darlington at 9:06 and our ETA is 9 o'clock. So it's going to hold us in Darlington for 6 minutes. So the poor people of North Allerton are have to get the next one. I was there. I went through the station. I just didn't stop. Yeah, it's not for very long. There we go. Oh, he's gone through. Yeah. And I just waved out the window. Hello. Sorry, no, it's not a problem. I was just distracted by the chat, thinking about Pringles. It's fine. I don't care. No, I said you lot need to keep me alert, keep me chatting. It's fine, but someone remind me if I'm 2 miles from the station, I'm starting braking. Just remind me in chat. They should have got a stopping service if they wanted to go. Exactly. If you wanted to guarantee to stop at the station, don't get on the Sims and stuff service. It doesn't say on the side of the train, yeah, a bonus to arrive. It should just be a bonus to arrive on time with my trains or anything to go by. Right, 9 miles to Darlington. I'm going to keep my eye on that now. Am I recording Coronation Street? Like, I haven't watched Coronation Street in about... Well, I haven't been in a room where Coronation Street's been on for 5 years. I haven't watched Coronation Street to pay attention for about 20 years. Hey, if you got stopped at my station, I want a refund. That's fine, you can get off at the next station and get the train back. This is Sims and Stuff. Hang on, I can do the announcement. This is Sims and Stuff service from London King's Cross, stopping at some stations and hopefully Edinburgh Waverley. There we go. Well, we're going to stop at Edinburgh Waverley. We'll probably crash into the buffers at the end of the platform. You're missing the Corrie Omnibus for this stream. Well, this is a lot more entertaining than Coronation Street. Well, yeah, it's the Omnibus, because EastEnders did it, didn't they? They do the Omnibus on a Sunday, or used to. I don't watch any soaps. I don't keep up with the programmes I need to watch, let alone try and fit more in. And try and keep up with YouTube content. I could probably spend all day tomorrow catching up on YouTube content and TV shows and still end up being about 40 or 50 episodes of TV shows behind what I need to watch. Right, 6 miles to Darlington. I'm keeping my eye on it. I'm definitely getting hungry now. Yesterday I had a pot noodle. Today I've had a couple of cheese rolls. Yeah, I haven't got my downstairs TV connected up to the aerial. The one in the bedroom is, I just stick Dave or something like that on when I go to bed. The downstairs one's just connected to the Xbox, that's it. In real life, a train was meant to go to Reading, but the driver took the wrong line and ended up at Sheffield. Well, that wouldn't be the driver's fault. That would be a signaller's fault. I only just keep up with a channel called Steve Chester. It's a good one. Maybe check it out. Yeah, well, I put out the Wreckfest catastrophe earlier. There's quite a good OMSI tomorrow. You'll have an extra long stop at Darlington now. Yes, this is true. Right, 3 miles to Darlington. So yeah, I was due to arrive at 9:06 at Darlington. And I'm going to arrive at 9 o'clock. So it's going to hold me at Darlington for about 6 minutes. Let me guess, I get lost. No passengers get on the bus. Yes, get some how not to drive in OMSI tips. The bus was set up correctly. I was on the right timetable, which I actually stopped halfway through the journey and did it again. Not one passenger. Don't blame them. Well, yeah, there is that, I suppose. Right. Flashing yellows, which means speed limit change or track change. Speed limit change coming up, so we'll start slowing down. So we are going to get held at Darlington for about 6 minutes. So if any of you that are here for the duration need to go and get a drink or take a bathroom break, that would be the time to do it. Track change. Yeah, flashing yellow is a diversion, so a track change, yeah. Slow it down as well, so come down to a 35. And into Darlington we come. And that was a single yellow. So we might end up with a red before the station. Okay, so there's a train directly in front of me. Not something you want to see. I'm guessing I'm going to go off around here. Here we go, into Darlington we come. Very early, thanks to our whistle stop tour of Northallerton. We should be able to get the whole train on at Darlington. Oh, Pacer. I can hear a Pacer. Oh, it stops at York, yeah. Oh, yeah, you missed York. Right, here we go. Welcome to Darlington. Where it's going to hold us for about 5 minutes now. So if any of you watching want to go and take a comfort break, then do so. I'm going to have a jelly baby. So this is Darlington. Next is Durham. Then warm jelly babies, nice. They are quite warm and soft jelly babies. Next is Durham. Then Newcastle by A. Then Morpeth, Berwick, and finally Edinburgh. Is the Pacer the one that looks like a bus with train wheels stuck on? It basically was a bus with train wheels stuck on. If you look up the Pacer, it is originally it was a bus chassis and bus cab, so a bus with just adapted to run on the rails. No Sheffield, no. So here's where we were. Let me try and bring this in again. Yeah. So here's where we started. So we did London, Stevenage, Peterborough, Grantham, Newent, Retford, Doncaster, York, Northallerton, whistle stop tour, Darlington where we are now, and then it's Durham, Newcastle, Morpeth, and then we skip whatever that is, I can't read that, up to Berwick on Tweed, and then damn it, why do they keep giving me the bloody thing when I'm in the station? Berwick on Tweed, and then Edinburgh. So it would be quite cool to do West Coast up to Glasgow, because this route up from Carlisle will be stunning, I should imagine. But yeah, I'd also like to do the route near, well, that goes past me. So do London, so Reading, Didcot, Swindon, which is where I am, and then Bristol, and then down to Bridgewater, Tiverton, Exeter, Plymouth, and then all the way down to Penzance. So that's one I'd love to do, and that would have to be in the HST, because that would be brilliant. Alright, I'm still alive. Right, 9:04, so a couple of minutes yet before we depart. You've seen Edinburgh train stop at Sheffield. Okay, well this one yeah, isn't, I'm guessing. So we're here at Darlington. So if you've just joined, yes, we've done so far. We left King's Cross. We've done Stevenage, Peterborough, Grantham, Newark, Retford, Doncaster, York, Northallerton. We're now in Darlington. And so next is Durham, then Newcastle, Morpeth, Berwick and Edinburgh. Do we have Virgin trains? No, it was Virgin Cross Country down here. Now it's GWR in the old green GWR livery, which looks stunning. The last I heard, Pacer was American-made car. My American Motors company today is owned by Fiat Chrysler. No, you're thinking of the Pacer. No, we're talking Pacer train. Yeah, it's all right. I'm still awake. That's the Pacer. That's the train. So yes. So that's called a Pacer. This is the train. You went straight from London to Stevenage. Yes. Why do I think Swindon was north? Oops. No, Swindon's west of London. Right, come on then, time. We want to get going because we're supposed to be in Durham at 9:25. Yeah, it's a really basic train that's slowly been taken out of service now. They're running up in the north of the country. So I would love to, depends where you live, if it's north, exactly. I'd love to travel and go on a Pacer before they're taken out of service. I've never been on one. It would be awesome to go on one. Right, people are still getting on. Oh, I was about to say, is it me or does that time thing seem to have stopped? You're further north than me, you're on the east coast. Yeah, apart from Chaos, I think I'm the furthest south. Chaos is a little bit south of me. Everybody else is north. Well, apart from then, if you're thinking about it, Chris Brown's further south, then Larwood, and then Blinky. Right, come on in, time. Right, next stop on this service is Durham, where you are scheduled to arrive at 9:25. To successfully open the doors at Durham, you're required to align the rear power car to the back of the platform. Well, that's not going to happen, is it? So you're heading past London is north, so you're southeast. Or you might be the furthest south in the UK then. Right, so I've got to remember now at Durham to line up the back power car with the back rear of the platform to open the doors. Why would you do that? They've not seen me drive a train. Right, Durham is next. We're doing on fuel. It doesn't seem to have gone down. 711 gallons. It is going down. Back out to the main line. I do like the fact that these are all overgrown. So obviously this was sidings, so this could have been an old main line maybe. I'm guessing it was just sidings. The fact they're still lit at the end. You can't get onto them, but it's still got the red lights at the end. I Right, so 20 miles to Durham. 125 mile an hour line speed. Definitely seeing less traffic coming the other way. Stop at the BP garage and top up. Well, no, we got plenty of fuel. I'm guessing we started with 800 gallons, I think. So we've only used 90 gallons of fuel. I think we're over halfway, well over halfway now. So Durham's fairly close. 9:25 to Durham, and then it's at 9:40 to Newcastle and 9:57 to Morpeth. And it's the last two stops that are the long hauls. That last one's going to be a tough one, I think. As the fuel will be cheaper. Well, yeah, sometimes. I always fill up at Tesco, personally. Right, backing off because we got a 95 limit. Oh god, and a thing. Right, so stop at Durham is going to be interesting, having to line up the rear power car with the end of the platform. So no one's going to be able to get on or off at Durham, because me managing to do that, it's going to be difficult. It's not going to be easy. Oh crap, an 85. One of these lines run right next to the sea, so I wonder if that's the case. I'm sure there is one of the, I think it's the East Coast main line, runs right along the coast as it gets further up towards Scotland, so that could be interesting if that's actually the case. Alright, so 115 line speed coming up. And only 16 miles to go, so not much of a distance between Darlington and Durham. Look at that smoke. Awesome that is. It's just not noisy enough in here. I think it doesn't just bring that engine noise into the cab a little tiny bit. If you could only have one sim game for forever, what would it be? Flight sim. I just fly to every airport I could. Open the window. There isn't any windows in this. It's a sealed unit. Yeah, they're not opening windows because I'm guessing there's a nice air conditioning unit in here. Yeah, there you go. Nice air conditioning unit in here. Ping. Well, that's odd. I didn't expect that. Both these lines heading in the same direction. Aircon controls are left of me. Are they? Oh yeah, climate control. There we go. And I can turn my clipboard light on or off. It's got a 3-pin plug. It's not cooling my room down though, Larwood. So it's obviously the aircon's broke. I'm still at 32.5 in here. Was it me or was the sky getting a bit moody? I wonder if we're going to get rain. That sky texture's changed colour. So I've got the Armstrong Powerhouse weather sky thing installed. That wasn't the blue sky that we had. If it's broken, fix it. I'm trying to drive a train, I can't fix the aircon. Oh yeah, we got rain. Right, 10 miles to go. Rain effects still not great, are they, in Train Sim? It's no X-Plane, I'll give it that. Is there an emergency hammer? What, to open the window? I love that noise you get when the engine kicks back in. Oh, it's awesome. Oh, another train. Oh, that's just porn. Brake in case of rain, yeah. In case of rain, break glass. Oh, that's properly raining. Could do with that here. Let's go and sit outside in the rain after the stream. Right, 9 miles to go till we get to Durham. It'd be nice to do in a steam train. Yeah, we had that discussion earlier. There'd be nowhere to top up with water. That's the only thing. Speaking of water, liquid intake time. Right, so Durham is the next stop. After Durham then, we've got Newcastle, Morpeth, Berwick-upon-Tweed, Edinburgh. I'm definitely ticking them off, and about an hour and 50 minutes to go. It's Linux's 28th birthday. Have you got your penguin cakes ordered? I'll have to send Mr. McBee a birthday message then. The 5 litre bottles of water from Tesco's and 250 should do it. Oh, just go at Tesco's and buy a load of 5 litre bottles of water. When you see people coming out of Tesco's with like half a trolley of bottles of water, you think, well, how much water do you need to buy? Just put those water filter things on your tap if you drink that much water. Right, so we're due in at Durham at 9:25. Our ETA is 9:23, so we are doing okay. Despite the rain. Oh, that was a tight corner. And 90 limit coming up. Right, Right, so stopping this at Durham's going to be interesting then, from what they said. Lining up the rear power car with the end of the thing. We're on a well here, so the drinking water can get interesting at times. Oh, I can imagine. Yeah, then I would be putting it through in a Brita water filters, which I have to use here because we're in a hard water area. Or I would just drink bottled water. I don't really care where it comes from. Water's water. Oh, that's a nice bridge. Can you carry on to Inverness? Well, I don't know if there's a line that runs, because it would be quite interesting to... Oh, there's a thing. Look, is there a line that carries on from Edinburgh? What goes north from Edinburgh? Because it would be quite a thing now to maybe in another video, if you're watching this on YouTube and you got this far, you're completely insane. Carry on from Edinburgh. I'll have to have a look, see what lines run out of Edinburgh station, if there is anything, because it'd be quite interesting to carry on. There's a Scottish East Coast main line, but it's not I'm not saying merge it with this. I'm saying I could just do another video and carry on from Edinburgh, because I think this is enough for one person. Although I may be crazy enough to do this again over the Christmas period. I think it'd be quite interesting to do it the other way, if that was a thing. Do Scotland and down. So I'd be looking for things to do over Christmas. So I've got like 10 days off. Inverness to Euston. I believe that's a sleeper. Yeah, which stops somewhere on the way down, doesn't it, for a couple of hours and just pulls into a siding and lets people sleep. So what's the point of that? Although we got third and fourth rails here. And overhead electrics. What's going on there? Right, 1.4 miles. I'm going to slow it down. Yeah, I think Train Sim is definitely my number 2 sim. X-Plane at the moment, I've really got the bug. Really enjoy X-Plane. But for an enjoyment and relaxation, which is what half of simming is about, this is just really relaxing. And I really enjoy the flying in X-Plane where you're just sat in the cruise and just flying. This is really just relaxation. It hasn't been hard work for the last 3 hours. Keeping waffling is hard work. But the actual journey itself has been really pain-free at the moment. I will be glad to get out of this room though, because it's a tad warm. Right, so single yellow and a line change to the left. Doesn't let you open the doors, move forward a car length. Okay. Nice bridge. Right, so it's the rear is the bit we're interested in, isn't it? There's smoke coming out of a chimney down here. That was quite cool. Right, let's try that. No, okay. There we go. We did it. Okay, so Durham we have arrived at, and we arrived pretty much on time, I think. So 1, 2, 3, 4 stops to go. Newcastle, Morpeth, Berwick and Edinburgh. I can turn that them wipers off now, can't I? Because it appears to have stopped raining. So there's Durham Cathedral over there. Which came first, the cathedral or the town? City, because it's got a cathedral. What? Oh, God, that's all right. I'm still alive. It's definitely a long train. Long train running. You hum it, I'll sing it. Was our trip advisor in Manchester, drinking and playing darts. See, we should have had someone else plan some interesting information for the journey. Well, I could have done that, you know, if I'd have been a professional YouTuber / streamer. I could have had some notes written for each place we were visiting and read them out when we got there, but no. This is me. How would you expect such things? Newcastle is the next stop on our service, where your arrival is scheduled to be 9:40. Okay. But it's not letting me actually go anywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Scott Ham, thank you very much for the follow. Much appreciated, sir. Ask Alexa. Well, I do want to get an Alexa link to my what's the one I'm thinking of? Mixing desk, that's the one. So I think that could be quite amusing for on the stream, just to ask Alexa random questions. But in order to do that, I need to get where I currently talk over Discord. It's not going through the mixing desk. So I need to rectify that so that I can then have Alexa play over Discord, so people in the Discord could hear what Alexa's saying. So yeah, that would be quite amusing to actually have Alexa in the mix. It's something I've been thinking about. Just plug a little Echo Dot in. So I've got spare inputs, or a spare input into the mix. Although I do keep looking at new mixing desks as well. So pub darts, alcohol, and throwing sharp, pointy things across the room. What could go wrong? Ooh, Voyager. It's been quite nice though, Edie. Right, next stop is Newcastle, way I. In 13 miles. So we are definitely ticking them off. Newcastle is next, then Morpeth, and then the final two are going to take a while. It's then 33 minutes between Morpeth and Berwick, and 41 minutes between Berwick and Edinburgh. Try Alexa out on my phone, but yeah, it's linking that into the mixing desk, isn't it? So that you guys could hear it. That's what I'm thinking. I will do it. I do keep looking at new mixing desks, because one of the faders on the one I've got isn't working correctly. I can't plug anything into it, and I could do with sorting out my inputs, although it sounds pretty good, but I have a lot of things going into the mixing desk, a lot of things coming out. So yeah, an excuse to buy a new mixing desk basically is what I'm looking for. Right, 90 limit currently, going up to a 115 limit. Bluetooth. Well, you can get those little Bluetooth adapter things, but I could just plug the output of an Alexa into an input of the mixing desk, so you'd hear that over the stream easy, and it's just feeding it back through Discord so people in Discord can hear it. That's all I'd have to do, because currently they listen to me through a different mixer. Oh, did I slow down? See, I'm starting to lose it already. It's the heat, it's getting to me. Hey Gizmo, good evening. How are we doing? Right, 10 miles to Newcastle. So where's the bit that runs along the side of the sea then? I am very hot, but doing okay. I'm guessing it's north of Newcastle then. Up towards, or to, is it Berwick to Edinburgh that runs along the sea? I'm sure there was a bit of this line that ran along the coast. And why is text so big? I think when I made the text bigger for the little ticker that's running across, I think I made all the text bigger. Which is why the text, the chat on screen is so big. But I'll only be using this overlay once. Have I got vinyl decks to go with my mixer? No. You mentioned Alexa and my Echo Dot responded to you. Why do you play with a simple panel? I just like it. And it's easy for people watching the stream as well to see what I'm doing rather than have the smaller panel. If I had the smaller one, it wouldn't be so easy for people on the stream to be able to, if watching on their phones or tablets and stuff, it wouldn't be so easy to see where the controls are. Well, I've got Alexa in the bedroom next door, so that if that depends how sensitive that is, that could be hearing me. Wow, that's a bumpy bit of track. But you see more from the train. Yeah, well, no, I've got to think of the people watching, though. I know you get to see the bits behind. There's not a lot behind. It's like I'm missing some buttons in it, so it's not like there's a lot. Alright, so 6 miles to go until we get to Newcastle. So we'll have to don shell suits. So we go into the place where McNuggets or Pineapple lives, who's been annoying us in Discord with bus pictures for the last few months. We're actually going to where he's from, and he's not watching the stream. Could be Worth, it could be South Shields. Well, yeah, there is that. Right, 4 miles to go. Definitely wasn't a lot of distance between those two stops. See, that's quite cool, where we got the tracks coming down. It's just been so well done. I know there's individual DLCs that we've been travelling through, but so far they've looked really, really nice. And this has actually run quite smoothly as well, all the way up. Right, 100 coming up. So the end is definitely in sight, although it's a good hour and a half away yet. Because in the last hour and 10 minutes we only covered 2 stops. Alright, get back in. Slow down to 80. Definitely a bumpy old bit of track, this. Well, this is a little bit juddery. So we got a 30 coming up down here as well. How'd you set up your own scenarios? I haven't got a clue. Larwood sorted this one out. But I think this pretty much, I think whether Larwood tweaked it, it came from Alan Thompson as a scenario. I haven't got bored with the noise. Well, that was a red light, wasn't it? Well, that's a good red light went through it. Hopefully it did. I haven't got bored with the noise of this thing. Heat is definitely getting to me now. So we were due in at Newcastle at 9:40. Our ETA is 9:39. Don't forget, you need all the bits that make the scenario. It's not just a case of having the scenario. You need all the tracks that are covered from the DLC. You need all the DLCs that cover this bit, which I think Larwood said was 6 of them. So you can't just get the scenario and then do the journey. You need the DLCs that are included in it. So I think Larwood said it was 6 different map packs or something that I needed to get in order to have the bits that are in the scenario. Okay, this is quite cool. Isn't Newcastle with that U-shaped bridge? Is that Newcastle? It reminds me of coming into one of the stations in London where you're coming across the river and in. Right, in we come to Newcastle, way Pet. So this is the other point, the next point now then, where 2 of the DLCs are stitched together. So one of them ends at Newcastle, and then the one that goes up to Edinburgh starts at Newcastle. So this to me is the clever bit. Where you don't even notice the join. That's a low bridge, duck under that one. Where's Ant and Deck? Exactly. They live in London now, don't they? They're nowhere near Newcastle. Right, there we go. Why are these front doors not open? But right, okay, we have arrived in Newcastle. So next is Morpeth, where we're due in at 9:57. It's currently 9:40, so Morpeth not too far away. Then Berwick, and then Edinburgh. So 3 stops to go out of our 14. But that's going to take about another hour and 20 minutes. So our orange squash has been depleted. Put that bottle over there. And now open the bottle of water. Oh, God. Which is going to be warm because it's been sat in this room for the last 3.5 hours. Oh, yay. Warm water. Lovely. I need to get a fridge in here. That's definitely going to have to be a thing. I'm going to have to look tomorrow. And warm jelly babies. Because you got to tap into that room. Where's the football stadium? I don't know if that's near the... There's a pacer going out. Is it near the train station? You can't go to the fridge? I could go to the fridge, it's downstairs. But that means having to get up and go downstairs and abandon everybody. I'm just devoted. Thankfully I've got the bladder of a camel, so I shall wait and go to the bathroom when I've finished the stream as well. But no, I will look at one of those little beer fridges in my computer room. It'd be handy to keep bottles of water and stuff in. And it's raining. Don't like the wipers. Just seems an odd design. I'm used to seeing car wipers and stuff like that. That just seems a bit strange. I missed that. You got an advertisement? Oh, good old Twitch. Thanks, Twitch. Oh, Elton's still on board. We've got some lights on as well now. Elton's going all the way to Edinburgh. Right, is my light red? No, my light's green. So when I do get to go, I'll be able to go. But it's just waiting. Come on, timer, let's get going, because I want to get to Edinburgh. Whether it's because it's a long stream, probably after a time thing. I don't get any benefit from that, only Twitch. It's a long time to be sat here. I'm sure it said we'd only be here a minute. I've been here 5. Because I should be at Morpeth in 12 minutes. Hopefully that's close by. Morpeth, platform 2, 9:57. Oh, they didn't come up with a thing. I've got wheel slip. Really? I didn't think I got any advertising revenue from Twitch. Then they got from Twitch was subscriber revenue. And that's not worth it. Oh, now it changed the speed limit. Oh, wheel slip again. It's definitely rainy then, isn't it? Why'd you live in there? Right, Morpeth in 16 miles. I've got to be there in 11 minutes. Oh, now I'm speeding. Come on. Come on, give me the 85 limit. It's raining in the tunnel. Oh, it will slip again. Oh, come on. Use a sander. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting about the bloody sander. You're happy it worked. Awesome, Ben. Right, 15 miles to Morpeth, which I've got to do in the next 10 minutes. This could be interesting. It still impresses me with the way trains work, where you've got a metal surface against a metal surface, and not much of a metal surface either, and you actually get traction. It's quite cool. You can't. Voyager sanders only come on with the emergency brake. Yeah, I wonder why I didn't do anything when I clicked the sander button. So you have to be patient then. Also, they use the sand to stop you rather than stop you wheel spinning. So you've just got to back off the power. Well, hopefully you get a clean run now. All the way through. I was still waiting for the bit of track that runs along the sea. I'm sure there was a bit on the East Coast Main Line that ran along the sea, unless it's between Berwick and Edinburgh then. So our ETA is 9:57. So okay, so we were on time. So no little pop-up box came up with anything when we left Newcastle. That's a tight bend. Blimey. Yeah, that's way too fast around that bend. How are we not derailing? We would have come straight off at that corner. Right, 110 limit now. And 11 miles to go. Nah, that's fine. Really? Running on fuel. 693 gallons. It doesn't seem to have gone down much. Eight. I wonder if we're going to get a higher speed on the last bit of the line. Okay, 10 miles to Morpeth. So far, been really impressed with this train. I'm really impressed with the scenario. Worked faultlessly. Haven't had any issues. Haven't even spotted the bits where the maps are joined together. Lara did say there was a section that's called the whatever, I can't remember what it's called. A bit that didn't exist, basically. But I haven't even noticed where that was. And so yeah, I will do this again. I really want to do the Brighton to Bedford again as well, because that was quite cool going around London. I'm sure you did. The bit that wasn't the, what was it called? It had like a temporary name to it. I don't know, it could be the Heat Larwood. Unless we're talking about something else. So yeah, and I'd certainly be interested in doing more of these. It's just getting the time. I don't normally stream on a Sunday night, and I've only done this today because obviously bank holiday weekend. And with no bank holidays coming up, I have got a week off coming up in 2 weeks' time though. So there could be a couple of cheeky midweek streams. And then it's going to be Christmas. Alright, 6 miles to Morpeth. Nice blue sky now. We've got out of the rain. I bet the wipers are still on. Yes, they are. I think it does look really smart. And sounds good as well. Right, so we're on time. We're about 34 seconds late based on this. That we should arrive at Morpeth. And then there's 2 to go. So I think we're going to do it. 4 hours 58 minutes was the timetabled time. I thought originally this was going to take 5.5 hours. Yeah, cheers, Song. But I think we might actually do it on time. Which will be great. So I'm starting to struggle in this heat. 32.5 degrees in here still. Right, 3 miles to go. Wow, that car was okay, the cars were going through the level crossing while the train was still going over the level crossing. I've got 2 fans. I've got a fan set up under the desk. I've got a fan set up to the left of me. I've got a fan behind me, pointing out of the room, trying to blow some of the hot air out of the room. But it's still 32.5 degrees in here. So I shan't be sorry when the... although I shall be sorry, because I've really enjoyed it. But when the stream's over and I can go downstairs, where it's hopefully a bit cooler. My poor electric bill. Well, yeah, it's not just the fans, is it? It's the fact that I've got, what, there's 4 screens... four screens on, a TV on in this room, 2 computers. Heat rises, that fan should probably be pointed in the room. Well, I heard somewhere that if you point a fan out of a room, it actually takes the air out. It's still flipping hot in here anyway. Why am I going so slow? Go and sit in the chest. I haven't got a chest freezer. I'm going to stand in front of the freezer. But no, I shall finish this and maybe go and sit out in the garden for half an hour in the dark. Right, so we're coming into Morpeth. I haven't got a bath. And then that leaves 2 stops to go. Kitchen sink. I'm not going to sit in the kitchen sink. No comment then. It's fine. I just didn't expect it to be this hot today when I planned this. That's a hell of a lean coming into this station. The Morpeth Curve. Oh, is that what it's called, is it? It's the tightest curve on a UK main line. Well, there we go. And I haven't parked it all on the thing, but okay. And bits of the train are still on it. Oh, excuse me. Are you in your mankini? There's the rear of and it's the reason Morpeth boards exist. What the hell's a Morpeth board? No, I am sat in shorts and t-shirt. And I'm still mildly moist. The back of my t-shirt just feels just absolutely sodden because it's a leather chair. Oh, it doesn't help. Oh, that was quick, wasn't it? Okay, so Berwick. Oh, speed limit warning. Oh, okay. What? Slow people down for that bend. Ah, okay. Right, Berwick is the next stop then. Arrival at 10:30. 50 miles to go. So our penultimate stop is Berwick. We're due in at 10:30. Our ETA is 10:30. Are we going to do this on time? way those speed limit changes are coming up, we should be fine on speed. Because we're not going to get to 105 before that 105. Oh, nice bridge. Is this the furthest I've trained before? This is the longest train journey time-wise that I've done. Yes, I think the Brighton to Bedford was about 2.5 hours. So this is the longest train journey I've done. And we've still got an hour to go. It's the longest stream I've done in a long time. It's the longest you can do. Oh, cool. There's not some of the American ones then, or any of the foreign ones that have been stitched together. Is the game UK? Oh God, no. I like the UK stuff, but there's I got some really interesting. What's that Wakayama line? Japan. There's some good stuff in France, Germany, American. There's a lot of American freight stuff, so a lot of heavy haul. No return journey tonight. No. If it wasn't so hot and I was feeling okay, I would just say, okay, sod it, let's turn around and go back again. But we can't, the scenario's not set up for that. Alright, so back off the throttle in a minute. Do it in a pacer next time. Well, that was the original plan, was to do it in a pacer, but worked out I think it was going to take about 7 hours, which I could have done it. I could have split it up. I could have done 2 hours, you know, a couple of 2-hour streams and stuff, you know, stopped it, saved it, but then there'll be no real benefit to doing it in one hit then, because I could have done say London to Peterborough and then Peterborough to Grantham, so I could have done it in the individual maps, so there was no benefit to doing it in one thing. The great thing about doing it in one go like this was the fact that I can. Just about got down to speed. 7's very optimistic. I will do a journey in the pacer, something up north it'll have to be in fitting with where a pacer would be. I don't mind the 166. The Widrington crossover South Down Main. Okay, that's a thing. But yeah, the work that's gone to stitch these together, I should imagine it's not an easy thing. And then trying to create a scenario on that stitched together route, I can't imagine is easy. So a huge thanks, a bit late, which I will post a link and thank him in the description when it goes on YouTube, to Alan Thompson Sim, for enabling me to get the scenario and get the bits I needed. So I will use more of his stuff because it's pretty cool. And I'll link his site in the description below, and I'll link his site in the Discord server as well. And a huge thanks to Larwood for helping me through setting it up, and helping me through, or helping get the scenario sorted. So thank you, Larwood. Pacer Sheffield to Edinburgh should be 4 hours. But again, it's also having the time to be able to do stuff. If we get a stream on a Wednesday night, we do some flying. On a Friday night, it is currently Wreckfest. We may do a bit of what's the buildy one? The one where you build stuff. That one. In a couple of weeks' time, and then Friday night's going to turn into Farming Friday from October when we get the Farm Sim server back up and running. Saturday evening is going to be trucking and then flying, and Sunday afternoon is currently flying, so I don't get any other time to do anything. There's always 2 a.m. Well, never get. I've also got to have time to record the content that you see on YouTube, so that I have to do on a weekly basis as well, and try and get some time to actually relax. So it's time is my biggest thing, is trying to fit stuff in. So you're ditching Fernbus? God, no. Stream-wise, yes. But game-wise, no. The Friday night multiplayer thing has gone down so well the last couple of weeks that I want to try and continue that. I can't remember the name of the one we build stuff. But we'll try that in a couple of weeks' time. In multiplayer, because that's brilliant fun. So Wreckfest has been the last 2 weeks. We'll do that again this Friday, and then I want to bring the Farm Sim server back in October. So Friday night farming seems to be a thing. But games like Fernbus, over the Christmas period, I will do some streams and stuff, and if there's something new to bring, which there will be soon in Fernbus, then I will do a stream. Scrap Mechanic, that's the one. Yes, Scrap Mechanic, which was absolutely hilarious when we did that, building a monorail thing from one side of the map to the other, and Gaz spent all his time trying to build a lift to get us up to the monorail, and its Fozzie was in there causing mischief, and Noz was in there being a pain in the backside. That was brilliant. So that sort of thing on a Friday night, a bit of Friday night fun, as we have been doing in Wreckfest. And so I'm looking forward to bringing the farm back. $14.99 on Steam. One of those games that's brilliant in multiplayer, not so good in single player. Right, got 35 miles to go to Berwick. Back in here in the quiet for a minute. So yeah, lots of things I want to do, but it's having the time to do it. And it's also, in the past, it's been frustrating when we've arranged to do stuff multiplayer wise and people have shown an interest and get bored with it. The last time we did the Farm Sim server, not many people joined it. A couple of people got interested for a little while, and then it got dropped off. So it's getting things that people actually want to get involved with, and then it's doing them on a regular basis. People know. So if the farm takes off, which when it works, it's fantastic. And if people know then that, you know, they'll go on during the week and do whatever they need to do, and then on a Friday night we'll stream it and then have a bit of fun on a Friday with everybody on the farm together, then that'll work. People are enjoying the trucking on a Saturday. People know it's coming up. You know, today's race in X-Plane was brilliant. The most people had an X-Plane flight because people knew it was coming up. But it's having enough hours in the day to be able to fit them all in. Craigie, that writing is huge, isn't it? Thank you very much for the follow. Much appreciated. I have made that text quite large. I panicked then. I saw a station and thought, if I missed one. But no, I've still got 30 miles to go. See, as I said earlier, I'm hoping the get-together we do at Cosford this year will get a few people interested in doing a bit more socially. We had a great bunch a couple of years ago. So I had a period where pretty much once a month we were getting together and doing something with the likes of, well, we had Chaos, Gazariah, Tux, It's Fozzy, Ed. So we had a bunch of us that were getting together on a regular basis and interacting. We haven't done anything. Well, once we met up at Crew this year, and then to when we meet at the Flight Sim show, it'll be a year. So getting people involved in stuff on Discord or on the streams gets them to get to know us and vice versa, and then also adds a social aspect to it as well. So it's all about building this community, which is what I've been trying to do for the last 3 years, and it's finally all coming together. Let us know when you stream Scrap Mechanics Sim. Give me a chance to buy it and install it. Also probably going to need somebody to hold my hand during gameplay. It's one of those that once you've worked out how it works, it's difficult to explain Scrap Mechanic. It was a while ago since we last played it, but it's one of those things that with a group of you that have got something you're intending to, oh crap, it's raining again, something you're intending to build, like we were trying to build a monorail, it's brilliant because everyone's trying to do their own thing and come up with an idea of how to do it. And I've got a Microsoft account problem apparently, but it's like that. There's a lot of multiplayer games out there. Farming, a lot of people get confused with farming and don't know what to do and don't know what they're supposed to do, but once they've done it once, it's really addictive. But again, the more people that are on the farm, as far as the communities go, the better the farm is. Because the more people that are doing stuff, the more money you get, the more equipment you can buy, the more you can do. Right, so we've got 28 miles to go to Berwick. Nice and rainy conditions. We're going for full line speed now, up to 125 miles an hour. Yeah, I'm going lowered. It's getting warmer in here. It's heating up, 32.6 now. All right, 107. So we're going to arrive a minute late currently. Let's have a Nando's party in Swindon. I've never been to Nando's, so that would be an experience. Again, I want to try and organise something here for New Year's Eve as well. And try and get a few people here and do something. A bit of a New Year's Eve party with some music and chat and a bit of games and stream it. Set up some webcams and stuff. Right, 114. And we got to drop down to 110 now. Wow, that's a tight curve. I know what Nando's is. It's like a posh KFC. But I've just never had Nando's. Right, slow it down to 110. Right, 110. Peri peri chicken. Oh yeah, I do like spicy. Right, 24 miles now from Berwick, where we're going to arrive about a minute late. Which is my fault. I got distracted. It's not that good, Nando's. Well, if it had been... Oh, I'm so uncomfortable now. I would have had it by now if... What the hell? Okay, traffic's not stopping at level crossing. If it had been that fantastic... why have we got a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit? Oh no, now 125. Thanks. Yeah, I would have had it by now if it had been that fantastic, really, wouldn't it? Alright, speed back up again. Pedal to meadow. I keep thinking, whenever I come in the car, I can just about hear the engine spooling up. I keep thinking it's my washing machine going onto a spin cycle. Because that's what it sounds like. I haven't got any washing on. I've been sat here too long in the heat, haven't I? Right, 21 miles to go. I don't think we're going to claw back that minute. You'll have anything that involves chicken. Yeah, chicken's the only meat I really eat. Don't eat steak, don't eat pork, beef, lamb. Damn it, we've got 110 limit now. $110, 105, 110. You're off to Withall Transport Museum tomorrow with your son. Oh, take some pics. Post some pics. That'd be awesome. I want to go to the Leyland Transport Museum, obviously in Leyland. That looks flipping awesome. Yeah, stick them in the non-gaming pics section, not the boss one, because we'll mute that. It might be Alexa cleaning her knickers. They'll be running as well as Daimler. Awesome. Right, 17 miles now to Berwick, and it stopped raining again. Good old English weather. Using cross country. What's going on here? A trip from London to Edinburgh is what's going on here. And approaching Berwick upon Tweed. Well, in 16 miles, but approaching it. But cross country. Yes, I know. We're not going for perfection. Oh. Right, single yellow. Crap. Right, okay. Slow it down. Because there was no double yellow before that. Speeding? Why is there a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit again? Okay. I can't zoom far enough forward. Oh, pawn coming the other way. Looks green. So why do we get a single yellow? Scared the crap out of me. Yeah, it's definitely green. Okay. Over there yet? Not quite. 14 miles from Berwick, and then we've got the run to Edinburgh. We're getting there. 2 to go. It's been a long old haul. 4 hours and 15 minutes so far. And damp doesn't begin to explain how I feel. Are we there yet? Are we nearly there yet? No, just round this next bend. Shut up and stop hitting your sister. Right, speed back up again. Are we there? Just round this next bend, yeah. Oh, for God's sake. No, we're not there yet. We're there by Tuesday. Well, hopefully, unless things go horribly wrong. I'm toying with ordering food when we get to Berwick, so hopefully the last leg doesn't take too long. I'll be waiting for a takeaway to be delivered. What about now? Really? How about now? What about now, you... Right, 12 miles to go. You know, I said I wanted to meet some of you lot in person. Maybe not so much now. There's a lot of level crossings up here. Right, I'm really confused. I'm sure a bit... Oh, there's the sea. Is that a sea or is that a river? It's some water. I'm sure there's a bit of this line. that ran by the sea. Should have bought some microwave burgers at Co-op. Oh, there you I've got plenty of food in the freezer. But it's just having the energy after sitting here for flipping 5 hours to go and cook anything. I see a new Nightbot command coming. Hashtag, well, yeah, I can do that. I need a wee wee. I've got a plastic bottle here. Right, 115 line speed coming up. I don't think we're going to get much closer to that anyway. Let's back it off. So currently going to arrive 2 minutes late into Berwick. We got to lift in Gaz's car. Yeah, I think after the discussion the other day, I don't think Gaz will be picking anybody up. I think Tux is going to get the train because Tux lives in Nottingham. Sam lives in Derby, so Sam's going to get the train. They'll probably both be on the same train from Birmingham to Cosford and probably won't know it. Obviously, I'll be driving up. Chaos will be driving up. Gaz will drive across in his car. So yeah, all of us have been chatting, really looking forward to the Flight Sim show. That's going to be awesome this year. So it's not necessarily about the show, it's about meeting up with you guys, having a chat. I said myself, Gaz and Chaos are staying overnight in a hotel in Telford. And so we'll sit and have a meal in the evening, have a couple of beers. And it's brilliant. Chilling and chatting. Alright, 7 miles to go to Berwick. $672 gallons. I didn't use much, it's like 128 gallons of fuel. So it's doing all right, and so far, so the whole track thing, the merge thing, has been absolutely faultless. Whilst Gaz sleeps, repaint his car. Oh no, a couple of us have been having discussions. Well, it's not a 15-mile-an-hour limit. There we go. Because he won't want us to admit where he's parked his car. Because he'll just drive to the show and then park up. But we'll find it. I'm going to use Waze, the Waze app, which obviously directs you around traffic. But you can actually share your journey online. So I'm going to do that on the way to the show. So at least everybody that's there or that might be there will know where I am. So I can turn that on, so that could be quite cool. And people can track me if they wish on the way to the show. Right, 3 miles to go. Ah, here's the sea. There we go. So I knew there was a bit that went along the side of the sea. It'd be by year. So you've got a 95 limit coming up. Are we there yet? Berwick, yes, nearly. So 95, then a 75. I've been smoking some non-prescribed pain medication, so this train journey has been very pleasant. Have you also got the munchies, Limp Rimble? Where's the buffet service? If you just get off at the next station, wait around for about 10 minutes, the buffet service will turn up. So I don't think we're going to be on time coming into Edinburgh. Wait, are we there yet? Yeah, Berwick-upon-Tweed, we're nearly there, yes. I've eaten 2 cheese rolls all day. And a couple of jelly babies. And yesterday I had a pot noodle. Well, this looks a nice approach. I'm writing to head office because I've not had Ferrero Rocher yet. You might get there. I was waiting for that, Larwood. You might get there in time with your line speed all the way. Yeah, I like just slowing it down, don't I? It's fine. Right, Berwick-upon-Tweed, our penultimate stop. The scenery's starting to look a bit iffy. Really? I was looking quite good, personally. Apart from the people stood in the ground. And the fact that, yeah, there's no lampposts. Actually, yeah, you got a point there. There's no lampposts there. Yeah, I think the scenery is starting to look a bit broken. Oh god, we're not going to be here long because we arrived a little bit late. Sims and Stuff Limited, Swindon, Wiltshire. Yeah, that's what you write to. If you want to write a complaint, you've not had your Ferrero Rocher yet. It'd be slightly melty if you did have one. Right, come on, get on. Edinburgh, platform 9. Right, off we go then. The final run up to Edinburgh. 57 miles though. So we don't get any issues, I don't get too distracted along the way. We don't want any red lights. Right, so it says we're due in at 11:11, so that would be the 4 hours 58 minutes. Our ETA is 11:12. I'm going to have to be really careful on this final leg and try and keep these line speeds. But the scenery is looking quite nice. This thing does accelerate quite slowly. I have to back it off a bit there. I'm not getting bored of that noise as that spools down. Meh. We'll reach out and grab a sheep. See, I'd love to go along on this line because I bet that looks fantastic. You want to be sat on the right side of the train though, wouldn't you? Well, depending on the way up, on the way down, you'd be sat on the left. I know it's 95, I'm accelerating, Larwood. There we go. I'm doing 95. So it says I'm going to arrive 2 minutes late. No, a minute late. I'd be really happy if I can do it in under the 5 hours. So within 2 minutes late, I should be happy with. Look at that side really, 'cause that's where the view is. Larwood, the backseat train driver. Well, no, because he knows how easy I get distracted. And I keep my eye on chat, but don't necessarily keep my eye on the speed. So he's doing the right thing, actually. He knows me quite well. He probably knows me better than a lot of people do. So try not to let it... I hope we get a faster speed limit. It's probably got to slow down now to an 80. Don't hit my head on the bridge. Rules are meant to be bent. Well, yeah, but speeding rules, maybe not. Trying my damnedest. I'm trying to concentrate now on the speed and not well, not speed basically. But scenery looking quite stunning. I was really impressed with the area around Edinburgh and quite impressed with Edinburgh itself, although I happened to go when the Edinburgh Fringe Festival was on. So trying to park was difficult. Trying to get up towards the castle was flipping ridiculous. Getting handed out flyers everywhere for festivals, and the fact that I was only there for a morning or a couple of hours, didn't really get a chance to hang around and see any comedy. Who remembers Need for Speed on the PlayStation 1? Blimey. I remember Road Rash on the Mega Drive. Well, yeah, again, Dory, Train Sim World has got the edge on graphics. I give it that. But it hasn't got that long-term playability. You know, I think when they released the Great Western line, people were expecting it to be the Great Western main line from, you know, London to Penzance. It went as far as Reading. Well, that's not the Great Western line, is it? Or a Manic Miner. I have got, well, downstairs in my display cabinet, my original rubber keyed Spectrum, and I absolutely loved Manic Miner. And Jet Set Willy. You know, the games where the only controls you needed were left, right, jump. That's it. That's all you needed. About Attic's Attack. Don't remember that one. And what's the one where you had to build the space rocket? You had to hover around like a little spaceman suit. Hover around the level. Pick up bits of the space rocket. Put them on the ground. And then you took off. And then did to the next level. That was quite cool. Yeah, 45 minutes to load a game. Well, on the Spectrum, you had the plug-in tape cassette thing, didn't you? And if the volume wasn't quite right, then it wouldn't load. So the amount of time I spent as a teenager sat tweaking the volumes, trying to get a game to load. Because, of course, we all copied them, because you could. I remember even used to get the little things that stopped you copying them by inside the cassette thing was like a fold out thing that said, you know, put in the colour that's, you know, A1. I remember actually writing out on a bit of paper the whole of that thing so I could get a copy of it off my mate. So when I loaded it, I had the actual thing. And games were $1.99, weren't they? You could go. I used to go to the local video shop and pick up games for $1.99. And then progressed from the Spectrum to a Commodore 64, and then got into the likes of Mega Drive. My first PC I didn't really game on much. Did a bit of Flight Sim on the original PC, but was playing games like Settlers. I absolutely loved Settlers. Yeah, Jet Set Willy. I loved Settlers. I loved Transport Tycoon, which obviously we've been doing recently. Just those simple games that you just spent so much time on. Well, yeah, but we weren't all probably as geeky as you, Larwood. Which is why I like some of those games now. I said we've been doing Transport Tycoon occasionally. And I think it's fantastic. I'm still trying to find something like the original Settlers, where it's all you do is you go around and you build up farms and you chop down trees and you go take the wood to the sawmill and then you use that to build things. And I absolutely loved it. Yeah, I've still got my rubber keyed Spectrum downstairs in my display cabinet. And it still works. I want to pick up the Spectrum 128. So one of my things on eBay, I'm going around collecting all the old games consoles. I want to pick up the 128 Spectrum. I was never really Nintendo. See, I was always Mega Drive. So mine was more Sonic and Echo. Yeah, but I don't get rid of my old tech. I got all my old games consoles. I got the original PlayStation downstairs, the PS1, PS2, PS3, obviously PS4, the original big Xbox, the Xbox 360, 360 Slim, the original day one edition of Xbox One, Wii U. I think I posted pictures on the Discord of my display cabinets. One's full of old Macs, because I collect old Macs as well, and one's full of the old games consoles and old laptops. I don't get rid of tech. Alright, 70 limit coming up. Yeah, I do keep trawling eBay for stuff. I bought a Mac a couple of years ago. The guy had it set on as, you know, one of those 99p bids, and I was the only person that bid. So got an old Mac for 99p. Had to drive 20 miles to get it, but hey ho. And it worked. Did we get a bit twisty now? Nintendo 64 was your absolute favourite console. So yeah, I was just saying, I was never really into Nintendo. It was always Mega Drive. And then I worked at Curry's the day the PlayStation came out. And there was 4 of us as salesmen. I think we spent 450 quid each on the original PlayStation. I never do. I don't hook them up and play them. I did have the 360 hooked up for a while. Actually, I hooked up to the gaming rig for a while. Right, 38 miles to go. Thing is, there are advantages to console gaming. I do like the fact that you can just turn it on, put a game in and play. You know it's going to work. You can put it on for an hour and turn it off again. But there are huge advantages to PC gaming as well. Yeah, I got so many games actually up on the shelf above me in here. So many games for the 360 that were all fantastic. That's slightly downhill then. I have an original PS1 in my loft, only plays if it's upside down. Yeah, I've got a PS1 and the PS number 1 and the PS ONE, the little tiny thing they brought out. Come on, slow down. And my PlayStation 2, 3, 4, PS2. Yeah, I haven't got PS2 Slim. I keep looking out for PS2 Slim because I want to get one of those to complete the PlayStation set. And the PS3 Slim. So I do keep looking on eBay, even if they're not working. I don't care if they don't work. So I just want them to sit in my cupboard. Yeah, so I worked at Curry's the day the PlayStation came out back in '95. And so I bought one on the first day. I remember doing the old disc swapping thing as well. Oh, there's nothing like giving it a good blow before you put it in. I can see the sea. Look, Ma, I can see the sea. Well, it might not be the sea. I can see something over there. Yeah, the thing is, for me, a flight sim will never ever be as good on anything other than a PC. Oh, I'm right with you there, Sam. Same with things like this. I know, I'm going faster. So 34 miles to go of this 353 mile journey. So far, 4 hours and 40 minutes in. And I'm starting to wither. It's been over 32 degrees in this room from the minute I started. Are we there yet? Just round this next corner. Train coming the other way. Horn. Oh, HST. So at this rate we're going to arrive 1 minute and 47 seconds late. That's not bad on a 5-hour journey, I don't think. Although we're not actually there yet. I slowed down a bit too much then. And the stitching of these scenarios has been absolutely faultless, as has the train. Again, so far it could all fall apart when we get to Edinburgh. Oh, an 85 limit, really? So is this scenario in a menu as normal, or is it free roam? No, it's a scenario. Are we in Scotland yet? Yes, we are. But as I said, you do need all the bits to make it work. So you need all the maps that it passes through. I'm sure if we can talk to Larwood nicely, he'll post something in the train sim section to say what maps you need in order to make it work. Because he's good like that, Larwood. Not today, Larwood, though, but you can do it tomorrow. Does that mean we're nearly there? Yes, we are nearly there. 28 miles to go. And we're going to be a minute, well, under 2 minutes late. If I can do this under 5 hours, I'll be really happy. Obviously not stream time, route time. Oh, the one I've got at the top there, it's saying where we're calling at, yeah. Well, I thought if I didn't put that up there, people would be going, what's the next station? How many we've got to go? So I've got it printed out down here on a little notepad, when we were due and where we're due, so I could remember. But I thought I'd print it up there. Again, thanks to Larwood. Well, yeah, for a minute late, it won't be too bad, I don't think, on a 5-hour journey. I expected to be about half an hour late. That's what I was thinking. 2 minutes late. Well, no, we're due in at 11:11. We're 11:12:55, so not quite 2 minutes. No, no one's asked yet what the next station is, because it's been scrolling across the top. I think people are going, oh yeah, that's where we're going. Damn it, just to build up speed as well, we get a 100 limit coming up. This thing does sound flipping awesome when it's bought. Why? When it spools down. What's the next station? London, King's Cross. It's that there, just as it starts to spool up again as well. Oh, it just sounds so nice. That's why I haven't been in the in-cab view, which really annoys Larwood, because it's just too quiet. I like to be out here. Damn it, I fell asleep on the way back. I've nearly done that a couple of times on train journeys. I used to travel to Swindon to Birmingham and back for the weekend. Once I was due to get off at Cheltenham and change to get on the slow train back to Swindon. I fell asleep and ended up waking up just as I come into Bristol. And thankfully I could also then get a train from Bristol back to Swindon. So how do you choose the train you wish to use in a scenario? Larwood, I think, put the 220 into this scenario for me because I wanted to use the 220. But you can use the editing tools in TrainSim to tweak the scenarios and make your own scenario. Done the Derby to Edinburgh train journey in real life, was pretty awesome. Oh, that would be epic. I said I went to Edinburgh last year and was really impressed. So I do want to get on a pacer. That's something for me in the next 12 months. Let's find out where the pacers are still running and do a pacer journey. Right, 110 limit. Just about to come in. You took a trip on the River Kwai. Awesome. Right, and then a 125. Yeah, Dublin again is on my list of things to do. So I went to Belfast briefly last year on the way back from Northern Ireland. I went to the airport. I said the USA is one place I do want to go on a train. I'd love to do the California Zephyr, or the one that In-Flight Video did from Chicago. Right, 115 limit coming up. AC was quite funny. Desktop fan nailed to the wall. Well, yeah, that does the job, doesn't it? It just moves the air around. Dublin's about £50 return. That could be a day trip next year. Well, yeah, I paid 30 quid to fly from Liverpool to Belfast. That was return on EasyJet. Yeah, I'd love to do Dublin. Flying out of East Mids, I should imagine. Which is easy for me. Well, you're going for a day. You don't need any luggage. You just get there early in the morning, get a plane across, do the day thing, and come back. Simples. So I said earlier, Sam, about Cosford. Once some of these people, yourself included, have met us lot once, you realise we're not all complete idiots, which is what led to doing a lot of getaways and stuff and meetups over the last couple of years. You know, we got Gaz out the house. Yeah, that sounds good. 110 limit. Right, 15 miles to go. I'm trying to keep to these speed limits as much as I can now. Greatest airport in the land. Again, that's a bit late in this year now, but I'd love to just do a day spotting up there. Go to the aero park and just with some food, a radio to tune into ATC, and probably just lay on the grass there all day and watch planes coming in and out. That's a cheap day out for me. Because we stopped by there, we went to Crewe for an hour or so. Yeah, the aero park's nothing special, but it's a good observation place. Right, 12 miles to go. Yeah, I've always fancied doing something down there. Apparently I used to go as a kid, according to my parents, because they were from London, that there was a proper observation deck you could go to at Heathrow and watch the planes land. I think there's slides of me somewhere stood on the observation deck at Heathrow. Yeah, which I've inherited them all. A lot of them I've got digitised, but there's loads and loads of them. I got the projector still and the screen. As a kid, I remember having family over and sit and have a slide evening. But yeah, there were slides of me as a nipper. Schiphol. Again, Amsterdam's one of those places that, not for the reasons people think about going to Amsterdam, doesn't interest me at all, but like to actually go to Amsterdam and do the whole canal wandering around thing. Right, 9 miles to go. I don't know, I'm ducking under the bridges. Right, we're coming up on 5 hours of streaming now. I'm definitely starting to melt. 32.6 degrees in here. Well, you wouldn't have to save up for it, really. Probably not an expensive flight. Again, it's one of those what can you get done in a day thing. Again, as I said, once we've all met at the Flight Sim show, it's something that'd be good to plan these things, you know, because Tux is up for being dragged somewhere. Gaz, if he's in the country and he's got money, is up for it. I've got every single weekend free. I'm up for anything. So it'd be great to sort of plan those sort of things. I'm going to be speeding again, aren't I? Not intentionally, not by much. Here we go. Gaz will have to sell his soul. Yes, pretty much. Well, all his money now goes on going to America, so... Right, we're gaining a little bit of time back. It's now saying 11, 12 and 14 seconds. So we are getting there. And I have to say, what an awesome trip this has been. It doesn't feel like I've been sat here for well, apart from the dampness, it doesn't feel like I've been sat here for 5 hours doing this journey. It's been brilliant. Awesome scenario, broken up every 20-30 miles by a stop. Scenery's worked faultlessly. Train have worked faultlessly. You guys in chat have been absolutely amazing. Can't thank you enough for keeping me going, basically. Giving me someone to talk to. It is an awesome community. And I can't thank you lot enough. You're amazing. Without you lot, I'd just be sat here talking to myself for 5 hours. The one thing I wanted to do when I started out this YouTube thing and Twitch thing was build a community of like-minded sim fans and hopefully gain some friends along the way. I've certainly done that. So for those of you that are watching or watching this on YouTube and are looking for a brilliant community to go hang out in, you can't find any better than the Discord server, which is where I met all of this lot that I've been chatting to this evening. So check it out, and if you've got this far, there's something severely wrong with you, which means you'll fit in quite well on the Discord server. Vans54, thanks very much for the follow. Get a cat that listens to you talk for 5 hours. We've had this discussion about me getting a pet. I think I am settled on a goldfish. Although sometimes it's quite nice being in the house on my own. Right, we've got an 85 limit coming up. We are 2 miles from the end. We're going to be about 2 minutes late. And that's not bad on a 5-hour journey, I don't think. So we'll go in cab, I think, for the last couple of miles. Hello all, seems I missed the better part of this great journey. Yes, you've caught us just when we're approaching Edinburgh, after 5 hours of journey. Oh yeah, Sam, I did mention that earlier, that we're going to do, well, we will redo London City to Shannon, and then we will do Shannon to JFK. So this was like a warm-up for me. It's just a case of when. I'd quite happily do a late night one for that length. I know you would. It's just having somebody else that quite happily sit here till like 1 o'clock in the morning. I'd be more than happy to do that. Holy crap, I've got to get some serious braking going on now. 0909X, thanks very much for the follow. Caught us right at the end. Yeah, not on a Sunday night, not with work on the following day. Maybe Saturday after trucking. Right, so in we come, approaching Edinburgh after 5 hours of non-stop train, well, awesomeness is all I can say. I did say I'll stay in cab, but I won't. In the fantastic Voyager, it's got us all the way. Station's over there, Steve. You stopped a bit early. It's got us all the way from London King's Cross to Stevenage, Peterborough, Grantham, Newark, Retford, Doncaster, York, Northallerton, briefly, Darlington, Durham, Newcastle, Morpeth, Berwick upon Tweed, and finally approaching Edinburgh. Why not a Thursday night stream? Because I do a bit of either film watching or catching up with TV on a Thursday. You took this exact trip last year. That's awesome. We arrived about 2 minutes late by the time I stopped then. And I'm dragging out the stop a bit, making sure the whole train gets on. Right, the back's on. And there we go. We will bring it to a stop. Right about there. That's not bad. The doors won't open. No, don't tell me after all this. That the doors won't open now. No, you can't fail me. Well, I don't think it's actually going to let me finish the scenario. Right then, back to London. I'll try going forward a bit more. No, it's not going to let me finish the scenario. After 5 hours. Like a rumba. Well, there we go then. I made it, but it won't let me let the passengers out. The doors won't open. The scenario will end if you drive off the end of the platform. Oh, you reckon? Okay. Well, that maybe might be worth reporting back to Alan then. That you can't... Ooh, there we go. That didn't just end the scenario. That completely crashed the whole thing. Okay, well, that was a thing. Rip. Right, there we go. As that crashed out, I will end that there. I enjoyed that. I absolutely enjoyed that. So a huge thanks, as I said, to all of you that have been in chat for the whole of that 5 hours and 8 minutes. I have an awesome community around me, and you guys are all part of it. So thank you very, very much. If you're watching this and you haven't checked out the Discord server, then do please check it out. These guys are in there and they are fantastic. And yeah, thank you 0909. Yeah, desktop's pretty cool, isn't it? Thank you very much for that, for the bits. So I am going to end there. I'll be back on Wednesday night with some flight. A couple of hours of flight around the Bahamas. Then back next Friday with some Wreckfest. Next Saturday with some multiplayer trucking. Next Sunday with some more flying. So plenty of content for me. Check out YouTube for more stuff on there as well. And yeah, thank you everybody. You've made this 5 hours awesome. Can't thank you enough. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday evening. I'll catch you on Wednesday.